No, track 2 is not live. How about now? Give it about 5 seconds. You should. Hey, anyone know what's going on with track 2?
Yes. Yep, there we go.
They got audio? Give it about 5 seconds. You should. Hey, anyone know what's going on with track 2? Oh, wait. They got audio? Hey, anyone know what's going on with track 2? Oh, wait.
Oh, we can hear you
On the stream.
talking to us on the stream.
Turn the mic down. Stay by. Why am I hearing myself? Turn the mic down. Where am I hearing it through?
been known to have devastating effects on the electrical grid. So building out your IoT lab. If you want to get started with IoT, the best way to get started on it is to get your hands on. Sure, you can take a course, but when you get started, I think the best way to have experience is to get hands-on hacking experience with the technology, so that's what we're here to do. Essential tools. You don't need the latest and greatest, but having simple and basic tools is going to carry you forward with your engagements. Multimeter. Super important. You can use a multimeter to test continuity and voltage on a device, and this is useful for when you identify components that aren't going to be labeled. The world isn't all flowers and snowflakes, and you're not going to get those nice instructions handed to you. So multimeter will help with that debugging experience. I like the iFixit screwdriver kit. It's got a lot of unique screw shapes, and so far I have not run into a device that has not had at least one of the screws on the iFixit screwdriver kit. A logic analyzer. This is very good for analyzing the clock signals on a digital circuit. So when you're going through a protocol like UART SPI, logic analyzer can be very useful for when you're trying to debug a circuit. Soldering station. Soldering is a super important skill to have when you're working with these IoT devices. A lot of times you're going to have these pinouts, and they're not going to be wired for you, or they're not going to have pins that you can connect to. So being able to solder those yourself is a super important skill to have. When I started out soldering, I was terrible at it. I couldn't solder that well, and what I found out was that I was buying these cheap soldering irons off Amazon, and they were terrible quality. They weren't heating up hot enough, so I got this Hakko digital soldering station. It heats up at a much higher temperature, and it's a lot better for soldering, and I found my soldering becoming a lot better just by having a better quality tool. And then the last essential tool I recommend is a digital microscope, because when you're performing a teardown of the device, you're going to want to be able to see the serial number as well as more information on the components. I play a lot of video games. I'm on my phone a lot. My eyes are getting worse, and I found squinting all the time is not the funnest thing, so having a tool like a digital microscope is really helpful. And what's nice about this one I have is the Anden Star. It can take screenshots. So if you're working on engagement and you need to put an image on a report, the screenshot capabilities are really nice to have. So let's start acquiring our targets. How do you go out? My philosophy for getting started in IoT, start with the cheapest devices you can find. You don't need to spend a lot of money, and these cheaper devices, you're going to start to see these more low-level vulnerabilities. So I went on websites like AliExpress, eBay, Amazon, and Walmart, and I bought the cheapest things I could find. Lots of routers. I think there's a smart TV in there, some alarm systems. You can probably see that giant arcade machine in the back. I got that at Walmart. It was on sale. All of these have the same protocols that we're going to talk about today. It should also be recommended you should buy 2 of the same device, because if you break it or you start modifying it a lot and you want to test it against the original firmware that's on the device, having a second device will help you. I can't list how many devices I've bricked and then regretted not having a second one. Hardware reconnaissance and information gathering. Let's explain the importance of it and just kind of the methodology you should try to approach when going after these IoT devices. First step, get your hands dirty. Pick open the device. You're not going to get much further if you just start staring at this beautiful plastic case that's aligned around it. If you look at back here, I took open all these routers. So you might not know who these are, but these are all routers. I just took the shell off because I don't really care what it looks like. Hardware reconnaissance and information gathering is super important because you need to take advantage of the information already out there to save time. If there's a security researcher or an organization out there who's already written a blog post about the device you're hacking, just go look at it. You know, that information's out there. It's for everyone. It's going to help you potentially find other new things because you have the latest and greatest information. After you've done that, it's important to go through the board and identify important chips, pinouts, and other interfaces on the board. This is where having a digital microscope is nice because you can kind of see it at a larger scale and get a better idea of what you're working with. Understand, where's the firmware on the device? Firmware is an important attack target for these IoT devices. So being able to quickly identify the components, where the firmware is stored, that's help you a lot. Did you find a data sheet? Data sheets are important because they a wealth of information related either to the board or the component you're working on, and you might not even need to perform reverse engineering if you can find a data sheet on the component you're trying to do. And then, does the device have a known FCC ID? That FCC IDs are required by the U.S. government. If you emit a 2.4 gigahertz signal, and you can find a wealth of information, teardowns, device schematics, and it can be really useful for your engagements. And then once you've gone through this process, being able to interact with the interfaces and components you've identified, can you read data? Can you write? And then juicier, can you execute it? These are all going to be important strategies. The last two, reverse engineering and exploitation phases, they might not be needed for what you're trying to accomplish, but once you've interacted with the system, what more can you learn from it and attack? So I mentioned that reading data sheets is important, and this data sheet I found, it's WinBond. And what's nice about this data sheet is I was going through a IoT device that had the firmware stored on it. And I wanted to see what the pinout of the device looked like, and I was able to just look up the serial number from the component, from my digital microscope, and be able to find that exact data sheet. So a lot of the times, the information is already out there. You just have to go after it and look for it. So we mentioned that FCC IDs are your friends because they might give you information that you can't find in other places. I was working on engagement one time, and I asked the client for important schematics and data sheets that might be useful. But the client, for some reason, they thought that this information was sensitive, and they wanted to go through an NDA process to share it with me. I didn't have enough time on the engagement left, so they didn't give it to me. What I quickly realized is that just searching their product on the FCC's website, I was able to find a teardown of the device. I was able to find a data sheet and a schematic. So what they thought was sensitive information, I was able to find publicly on the FCC's website. So moral of the story, if you're told no, just Google it. You'll probably find it. So let's get into IoT debugging serial interfaces. This is going to be really good when you start out in IoT. And I like to start with UART because it's the more simple of all the interfaces, and you'll start to see it's going to be a lot of fun when you get a reach out device through UART. So UART stands for the Universal Asynchronous Transmitter and Receiver, and it's typically a 3, 4, 5 pin setup on a board. So if you start to see these types of pins in order, then it's a potential contender for UART. The three most important pins on UART are the TX, which is the transmitter, the RX, the receiver, and the ground. I wrote VCC is optional because it depends if you want to power UART through the pin itself or the device. Most of the time, I'll just turn on the device and access UART through that. So I think that's a much better approach. UART, it's a interface that's used a lot with engineers because they can debug the board as they're developing it. And what we see a lot in the wild with these IoT devices is that engineers will not disable UART after shipping it to production. So this is why we see a lot of UART attacks in the wild with IoT. And what you can do with UART are things like privilege escalation, establishing persistence, and getting code execution on the system. Now, if you look at this diagram, you'll see that the TX and the RX bits are flipped for the hacker's UART device and the IoT device. This is really important to know because in UART, they're inverted. So if you wire the TX to the TX, you're not going to get a proper UART connection. So what types of devices can you find in your home running UART? The obvious one would be a router. Routers are good contenders. If you have some form of security system, I've seen a lot of UART interfaces running on your alarm systems. But let's get a little crazier. Coffee machines. I found UART on a coffee machine, which is kind of cool, but I don't recommend attacking it if it's your main coffee machine, because if you brick it, someone's not going to be happy in the morning. We need caffeine in this industry. And then more fun products like arcade machines. You saw my arcade machine in the previous video. This is the screenshot of that. It's just a 3 UART pinout. So what do we need to understand about UART to start going after it? Well, it has to have UART ports, but it's a little more deep than that. The UART actually has to be enabled, because if it's disabled, you're going to have to resort to another form of attack in order to go after this interface. You need to identify the correct pins, because if the pins aren't correct, you're not going to establish a proper UART connection. And then also, the baud rate. The baud rate is the speed at which the IoT device and your attacking IoT device are going to use to communicate. And if they're not at the same speeds, then you won't have a proper UART connection. I said at the beginning, always have a backup. Always have a backup UART device, because I've had a lot of times where my UART devices have failed, and I thought that I wasn't doing it correctly, but after quickly using a different UART adapter, the connection worked. So having spare tools is going to help a lot with your engagements. So these are some tools I recommend for connecting to UART. The FTI friend, it's a very simple device made by Adafruit, and it converts the commands going from your laptop and connects it to the IoT device's UART pins. The TUART, it's a Kickstarter project, and it's designed to have a lot of the testing capabilities already built into it. However, it is more expensive, and it's newer to the market, so you won't typically find it on Amazon. It might be discouraged for a lot of people. But I like to recommend BeagleBone, Black, and Raspberry Pi, because these are devices you might already have, and you don't have to go out there and buy another IoT device. The UART can be done through these GPIO pins on the side of the boards, so it's a very good multi-purpose technology for going after a lot of these IoT protocols. So we talked baud rate, that's bits per second. You're going to need to determine the correct baud rate that's running on the device in order to connect to UART. I have two of these bolded, the 9600 and the 115200, and these are bolded because you're going to find these most of the time. And while that's nice to have, it might also hurt you in a lot of ways, because I guarantee you, if you go on a tutorial website and you start looking up how to attack UART, you're going to run across either of these two. And I was hacking a UART device one time and it didn't have these baud rates. So I went through this table and I tested one baud rate at a time, and I was able to find the correct one. So it's really important as pen testers, good pen testers, they test everything. They go through every check and they test it one by one. Because if you start making assumptions, you could potentially run into roadblocks and you're not going to get very far. So being very open-minded is crucial. So I mentioned a multimeter is a very good tool to have. Let's examine how we can use a multimeter to identify the pinouts on UART. The first good pin to detect in UART is the ground pin, because when you put your multimeter in continuity mode, it's very easy to identify what's grounded. You can identify parts on the board that are already grounded. Usually it'll be these metallic sheets that are already connected to ground. So those are good things to connect one side of the multimeter, and then the other side of the multimeter, you're going to go through those pins one by one to identify ground. So that's an easy target. The second one you should identify is VCC. If you put your multimeter in voltage mode, you keep it on 20 volts, you can compare the pins. And what's nice about VCC is it's the constant value. It's not going to fluctuate. So if you start seeing a value that's either 3.3 or 5 volts, this is most likely your contender for constant VCC. So the TX and the RX are going to be our next targets. They're slightly more trivial than VCC and ground, but there are some patterns that we see when we go through this multimeter. With TX, you should start with TX because it's a little bit easier. And how TX works is when the UART device starts up, it's going to fluctuate in voltage, and that's because it's sending debug information, but then it'll eventually reach the same value as VCC. So you got to make sure you're testing this right when the device starts up, because you might accidentally misidentify VCC and TX. And then RX, this is the last one I recommend trying because it typically has a lower voltage variance and a lower value than VCC. And I like to rely on the other three findings before I go after and potentially identify RX. It's okay if you swap RX and TX. You're not going to get a UART connection, but that's totally okay. However, misidentifying ground and VCC could have consequences on your IoT board, such as frying it, which is fun. It's destroyed. Logic analyzers, these are the next step up. You want to assess a serial protocol on your IoT device. They're a little bit more trivial, and it could be a little more expensive. I've included on the top right a cheap logic analyzer you can find on eBay or Amazon. These are good to start out with because they're only $10. Now, what electrical engineers and firmware developers use is this LA, and it's more advanced. It has a lot more advanced features, and it's really nice too if you don't mind paying. I think it's around $600, which can be kind of deterrent for a lot of entry-level IoT developers, but some nice capabilities this layer. It can decode UART, spy, all these advanced interfaces. So it does a lot of the automated work for you. So I've talked a lot about UART, but let's get our hands dirty and understand how to set this up. So on the left, you're going to need a laptop that has USB ports, and we're going to connect our laptop to our UART hacking device. In this image, I've included a FTDI friend because this is what I had laying around, and it's a really minimal tool. And then we're going to wire the FTDI friend to our target IoT device that has UART ports, and remember to flip the RX and the TX bits. The command you're going to need for connecting to a UART shell is screen. This is the command for launching the serial network, which converts USB into UART serial data. It needs to be run in root privileges. The /dev/tty USB 0, if you're familiar with Linux, this is just going to be the USB device you have connected to the serial port. And then the last parameter is going to be the baud rate. We've identified the baud rate to be 115200. So this is my hack lab, and this is what it looks like at the end when we have our router, which has UART ports, and it's connected to our device. You can see here that on the right side, the yellow and the blue wires, we have our inverted TX and RX bits. And on the left, we see a bunch of ASCII data, which is really good to see when you're trying to connect UART, because if you do it wrong, you might see some garbage, non-ASCII readable text. And after that, it's pretty much good. In this case, I identified that the router was running a UART shell as a root user, so privilege escalation wasn't even needed. But as soon as I booted up the device, I got a root shell, and I could interact with the device in however which way I wanted. So the vulnerability we identified in this IoT device is that the UART has no access control, and it's running with elevated privileges as a root user. Let's understand another crucial interface, also known as JTAG. I think this is important too when you work on IoT products. So what JTAG is it stands for the Joint Test Action Group, and this was a protocol designed to standardize how silicon was debugged on a chip. It's more low level than UART, and it's designed to test crucial parts of hardware. You'll see this used on manufacturing facilities in IoT plants because the engineers are using this to test the legitimacy of their products. The connector pins are essential. They all start with T, which stands for test, and you're going to need to identify these pinouts in order to properly connect to UART. UART is, or JTAG, I should say. JTAG is similar to UART, but it's more focused on firmware extraction attacks because you can pull firmware data off of JTAG. Some tools I recommend for using to connect to JTAG, the Segger, it's really good for connecting to the device. It has a lot of capabilities when you run into. You'll probably need an adapter if the pinout exactly isn't correct, but these are easy to find. I've talked to some other security researchers, and they make the RIF box and the HJTAG. I haven't used them, but these are highly recommended too. And then the JTagulator, you've probably heard of it. It's a very known tool, and this is very good for identifying the pinouts on JTAG because you're going to run into a lot more pinouts than just 3 like we saw with UART. So a JTagulator will help speed up your process. And it was made by a researcher named Joe Grant. He's really well known in the hardware hacking community, so his product's really good, and I highly recommend it if you want to get your hand on it. I2C is really important to know. Is the first protocol you learn if you're in a university class or you're starting out in electrical engineering. And it's very simple because it only has 2 wires, the serial clock line and the serial data line. You see this a lot with many IoT solutions, and it's very slow. And that's why maybe you won't see it as much as SPI, which we'll go into next. But it's important to have an understanding of I2C because you might run into it at some point. So let's look into SPI. And this is the protocol that will help with firmware extraction attacks. So why should we care about firmware extraction? Well, there's an interesting story that happened in late September of last year, and a security researcher was buying voting machines off of eBay. And while the first 100 or so he bought were okay, there was concerns around this one because there was a question of how the voting machine was acquired on eBay. There was speculation that this was an actual voting machine that wasn't decommissioned and still had sensitive information on it. So a big threat for organizations is they don't intend for their proprietary source code to be released in the wild. And one of the ways that we can get access to this is through performing firmware extraction attacks on the physical device itself. So understanding more about SPI, it stands for the Serial Peripheral Interface, and it's a protocol that allows one device to talk to another. So what we see with firmware is that we'll have firmware stored on a component of the device, and this component will talk to other components on the device using SPI. Now, what an attacker can do is they can go after the component that has the firmware stored on it and use their own device to talk over SPI. So unlike I2C, you need 4 wires instead of 2 to talk to SPI. You need the clock signal, SCLC, MOSI, master out, slave in, MISO, master and slave out, and CS is the chip select. You need SPI can talk to multiple devices, so specifying which device it can talk to is important. I've left this optional as 2 wires for voltage and ground. Again, do you want to power the individual component of the device that has the firmware, or do you want to power on the whole device and wait for it to connect to the chip that's holding the firmware? For SPI, I like to go after the individual pin itself, unlike UART, where I like to power on the whole board. I've had a lot more success in this. And just knowing a little bit about this protocol, you don't have to be an electrical engineer, know the ins and outs of SPI. Just being able to know how it works, what the clock signals look like, and which pin to identify is going to help you with these type of attacks. And they don't just have firmware stored on them. We've seen passwords hard-coded on flash chips, file systems, secret keys. It's not just firmware, but there's a wealth of information that can be found on these types of devices. So you need to have a better understanding of how to identify flash memory because it might be more trivial in some cases. Today we're going to focus mostly on NOR because it's found in a lot of smaller IoT devices and it's a lower cost and complexity. If you look on the right side, the eMMC, it's surface mounted, it's higher cost and capacity. You'll see these in things like automotive vehicles, mobile devices, and it's just more trivial because you can't exactly attach it to the external pins. You're going to have to interface with a surface mounted material. So NOR is typically better for beginners and easier to go after. So for information gathering and recon when it comes to SPI, we need to identify the chip that has the firmware on the device. So going through the device, I've identified this chip. It says WinBond and then a serial number after it. So we can Google it and find the datasheet for it. And we found very quickly that this datasheet supports SPI and it has all the same pinouts as we originally saw when I was explaining SPI. But you need to realize too, the serial number is not always going to be there. I've run into cases where the client, they filed the serial number off. So I was like, that sucks for me. But it wasn't a deal breaker because relying on all these other techniques, I was able to go back and reverse engineer the component and identify which ones were using SPI. So all they really did was slow me down. I was still able to accomplish my goals. Understanding how the pinouts work on NOR Flash is really important because, like UART, if you mislabel or misidentify it, you're not going to have a proper connection. So, relying on this datasheet, you can see this little dark circle in the top left corner. These are on the chips because they tell you which the first pin is. So on the left, you'll see a little engraved hole. That's the indication that it aligns with the circular hole on the datasheet. And just going through these, I was very able to quickly identify what the pins were. You need to realize too that we're working with a lot of different countries who manufacture this technology. So you're going to see a lot of different terminologies when it comes to SPI and what the pinouts were. But through more experience, I learned to develop patterns, and this isn't as much difficulty as it might seem. let's look into some tooling that we can use to perform firmware extraction. So if you start going through and try to find the best device for firmware extraction, you'll probably run into a device called the Bus Pirate. This is a lot older of a tool, and it's most well known. It's fairly cheap. You can get it for about 30 or 40 bucks on Amazon, and it's a really good tool to get started. However, you should know it's fairly slow, and it might take a while when you start performing these dumps because it's an older tool. It doesn't run at as high of a speed, so that's something you need to account for in your firmware extraction attacks. Likewise, Raspberry Pi, if you already got it, you can use this as well. Again, the GPIO ports on the right side of a Raspberry Pi, they can be used to interact not only via UART, but SPI, and a lot of other protocols. So this is where we can start to see the Raspberry Pi do a lot of damage in the IT space. The next step up, and where I'm getting more acquainted with, are these devices called device programmers, and we can actually remove the flash memory off of an IoT board and connect it to a device programmer. This is more useful because this is what the engineers who develop these IoT solutions are using, and we'll have a lot more success trying to dump firmware this way. But it is a more high-level tool and is more sophisticated, so you really need to assess what your goals are and what you're trying to accomplish if you want to use this device. So let's look up our setup for how it comes to firmware extraction. We're going to use a tool called FlashROM that can allow the device to interact over SPI and dump firmware. And we're going to need to connect all the critical components of the chip to our Bus Pirate or other firmware extraction device. We don't need to invert any wires. Every wire that it is going to connect with its twin on the other device. So CISO, MOSI, MISO, clock, they're all going to connect to its retrospective device pin out. And this is a photo of my setup. You can see here that I've just used a Bus Pirate, and we're using the same device that I connected to UART, and we perform firmware extraction using this, using the identified pinouts on the flash memory. So FlashROM is really interesting because it has a list of known chips that it can be used to identify firmware. So I specified to use the Bus Pirate and the respective USB interface, and I had FlashROM run, and it was quickly able to identify the chip I was going after. If FlashROM doesn't identify the chip, which does happen a lot of times, it's happened for me at least 1 out of every 2, it's a really hard tool to work with. So if you're not able to identify it properly, I recommend having a separate firmware extraction device because your device could be broken or there might be a bad wire. So having all these different backup devices is going to help speed up the process. So we've successfully identified the chip, which is good. Now let's specify where we want to write the firmware to, so we can use this TACR parameter and we can dump the firmware. So this took about probably 3 or 4 minutes on the Bus Pirate. If we were using something else, it might be fairly quick. So I just went, I got a cup of coffee, and came back, and it was done. Binwalk is a great tool for understanding firmware extraction because when you dump a firmware file, it's usually a singular file, and the way firmware works, it's kind of like a puzzle or Legos where it's a bunch of these things put together into a larger piece. So Binwalk is this tool that has a database of known file signatures that it can go through firmware and identify important files that'll help you with your firmware extraction engagements. What happens if Binwalk isn't able to identify file signature, or you're reversing some obscure file format that it can't identify? This is where static and dynamic analysis come in. You're going to have to up your reverse engineering skills. Tools like IDA Pro, Kedra, some dynamic tools as well. You're going to have to rely on these for reverse engineering the firmware file formats. But I'd say for the most of the time, if you're working with more common formats, you can do a good job at identifying what you're trying to go after, the firmware. We can see here that I've run Binwalk on our firmware. And it's finding a bunch of things. It's found a string, some copyright, some HTML files, U-boot, which is what we saw in our UART, and at the very bottom, we found a file system. This is very interesting. And just another look at what we extracted. we can go after these one by one to see what we're going to interact with after we've extracted the firmware. So the Squash FS root, this is the file system I was referring to. Found some interesting files in here. Anyone know what this is? Has you ever seen this structure before? It's a Linux file system. So this is interesting because if you're familiar with Linux, you can start to go after what are the high-risk areas of this file system. Can we extract any sensitive information? So right off the bat, I found the password and the shadow file. If you're familiar with how hash cracking works, if you have both the password and the shadow file, you can use this to run it against known hashes to potentially crack a password. What's nice about firmware extraction is when you've extracted the firmware, there's no access control anymore because you have it all. So files that you would see on your operating system, they'd be protected if you don't have root permissions. But now that we've performed firmware extraction, we have access to everything. Privilege escalation is also very important when it comes to firmware and other IoT protocol attacks, because how do we better elevate the privileges and get access to more information? The way we just described, gaining access to credentials as like a root user can come in handy, because then you can just authenticate as them. You don't need to rely on any exploits. But exploitation is also another great way to gain privilege escalation, whether it's through weak files, SUID, cron jobs, environment variables. You can also do kernel exploits. These are more high-level, sophisticated types of vulnerabilities, but they're all going to help you when you try to get higher access onto a system. Supply chain security is also another issue that comes into play when we're working with these IoT devices, because how do we prove our IoT devices haven't been compromised? A lot of them are made overseas and they go through a lot of different processes. So how do we guarantee that the device I bought hasn't been compromised or it's not embedded with any malicious software? With the DoD and other organizations, we're starting to see software build materials, SBOMs, which are essentially these lists of components that are being used in your product. Hardware integrity checking, so does it validate the firmware on boot up time? Does it protect against any modifications to the firmware? And another important way is to have regular security testing through either pen testing or security architecture reviews and engagements are going to help you better alleviate this risk. For this device, however, it did not have any type of firmware protection. So there's this tool out there, it's the firmware mod kit. It's on GitHub. Pretty sure it's on Kali Linux too, but we can modify the firmware that we dump through flash ROM, make modifications to it, and then upload the firmware back to the IoT device. So what I did here is I installed a backdoor bind shell onto the system of the router, and I was able to netcat into it using a favorite port, 13337, and I had access to the root level user. So these are really important things to take into consideration when you use an IoT product. So just encrypt the firmware, you'll be safe, right? Well, that's not exactly the case, because even with systems that have encrypted firmware, researchers and hackers are still finding ways to bypass this. Interesting thing I saw one time I was hacking a system is the firmware was encrypted, but there was this decryption binary on the system. So I was able to use that decryption binary to start decrypting other sensitive information. So it kind of led me to the point, okay, what's the point of encrypting if I could just do this? Over-the-air updates are really common with IoT because this is the way to deploy updates to the firmware, and it'll be encrypted over the air, but maybe not the physical device with the flash memory. So physical attacks are still important to consider. If we can access another interface like JTAG or UART, this might help us with accessing unencrypted information. And then another one is if they don't properly store the keys in a proper way, then you could gain access to the encryption keys and use these to decrypt the firmware. So the vulnerability with this IoT device is the assigned firmware wasn't validated, and I was able to make modifications to it. USB is also known as the Universal Serial Bus, and this is actually a really good interface for IoT systems, and you wouldn't necessarily expect it, right? Because you think of an IoT or USB device as just something you plug into a computer, but these are great entry points into embedded devices. A HID or human interaction device. It can be used to interact with an IoT system and trick it into thinking that it's receiving legitimate USB and mouse keystrokes. You can use this to interact with it. Electrical fault injection attacks, so being able to inject electrical faults into a system and get it to behave in unintended ways. Kiosk escapes, we see this a lot with ATM systems, but being able to use hid devices to send malicious commands and escape a kiosk. And the last one is USB man in the middle. Being able to sniff USB traffic is really important, especially for these bigger systems we see, because you can just insert a device inside of it and it'd be sniffing important information like bank PIN codes or passwords. So to better understand how to go after IoT USB, there's two tools I like. They're a little bit more expensive, but these tools are going to help you with your USB in the middle type of attacks, and they're going to sniff traffic. And what we see a lot with USB and larger embedded systems is that the traffic isn't encrypted. So if you could stick one of these devices into a larger system, you're sniffing plain text traffic and you're able to extract sensitive information. Some devices I recommend for hid attacks. You all probably heard of a rubber ducky. It's made by Hack5. He uses a language called DuckyScript, which makes it very easy to write your malicious hid scripts. I prefer a Teensy just because it's more low level, it has more capabilities, but no matter what you're going to use, these can all carry out the same type of hid attacks. Arduinos are great because you probably already have one, so you don't need to go out and buy another device. Making do with what you have will make you a great IoT hacker. So what I did to demonstrate hid device attacks is I wrote a blog post on how to attack kiosk systems using hid devices. And what I did was I got all the well-known kiosk escape techniques on a Windows-based system, and I programmed them all into a hid device. So now when I plug in my USB into a kiosk, it's going to execute these commands one by one and potentially try to escape out of kiosk and gain sensitive access to a system that wasn't intended. So my script, it found the print, so Control P, and I was able to get the print window. And navigating through, because I have a hid device in the system now, so I can use mouse and keyboard, I was able to use this find printer functionality on the print menu. And it opened up a Windows path, so I could enter in any executable I wanted. I wasn't sure if this would work, so I found the cmd.exe binary, and I entered it, and I was able to get a shell on the system just through my hid device. When you're working with IoT, it's really important to understand how responsible disclosure works. You find some serious vulnerability in a medical device. These companies might not be happy with you. They might think you're a punk or you're just doing it for clout, but there is a right way to do it. First thing I recommend is don't just start throwing burp, Nessus, and Nmap scans into a fancy-looking report if you have no understanding of the business or the organization. Organizations, they understand what they work on, they don't understand security, so if you start throwing in all these findings, they might not make sense of it. So what I like to do is not only when I get remote code execution or some other high-level vulnerability, but show how it affects their IoT devices. Can you interact with the system? Can you cause it to shut off or extract any sensitive information, do any functionality like that? That would be really important. Fuzzing IoT binaries is also a new research topic that's gaining traction into the security research community. What they're finding is you can do fuzzing over interfaces like UART and JTAG, and this is a good way to find unknown vulnerabilities on the system. It's very complicated, but there's a lot of things you can do to set up. I recommend AFL. AFL++ is the fuzzer you can use, and it works well with a lot of these different firmware that I have access to, and just creating targets and test cases, preparing a fuzzing environment can help you with going about this process. It's very computationally expensive, so make sure you have good hardware, and I know there's ways to set it up using multi-threading and multiple devices, so having a good fuzzing environment, it's not needed, but it is a good strategy to employ when working with IoT. So this kind of leads me to the end of my talk, and just getting more involved with IoT through the security meetups in Arizona has been really helpful. I've met a lot of researchers who have been able to give me tips or give me new areas of approach to tackle these complex IoT solutions. So if you really want to get involved in IoT, I highly recommend you take advantage of the different security meetups in Arizona, because you're going to meet a lot of talented security researchers here, and this is how my journey got started, and it's still going. So a little bit more about my work. I run a blog called Ryan Jones Rocks. I'm on Twitter, Ryan Jones Rocks. I like to keep it consistent, and you'll see me tweeting mostly about IoT and security most of the time. And I'm also at a lot of security meetups and conferences. So appreciate seeing you all here today. It's been a great experience, and I'm looking forward to seeing the rest of you all at CactusCon.
All right, everybody, moving right along. For our next speaker, it's going to be talking about the presentation's entitled "It's a Bird, It's a Plane, It's a Script: Abusing Headers to Create Python and Bitmap Polyglots."
Thank you so much, Olivia. All right, welcome everyone. As you mentioned, I am Servando Bellows, aka Nuclear Farm Boy, and today I bring to you "It's a Bird, It's a Plane, It's a Script," and my adventure in playing drunkenly with Python and Bitmap and just figuring things out as I go along. It's going to be a bit of a silly presentation, so I apologize, but not really. For all of you watching on the stream, to my coworkers, get back to work. All right, first of all, who am I? Who's the guy that's up here that's looking fly in this tracksuit? Like I said, my name is Servando Bellows. I am the current red team lead at Twitter, and then my radio likes to go off right now because, of course, I am that popular. Anyway, so previously, as I said, all research and opinions here are my own. Don't hold them against me, though, because I like to talk. Previously, I was cyber threat intel at Amazon, offensive security at MITRE, names you've heard. I also was red team with the DoD. I was a goat farmer in Texas. I have a nuclear engineering background, and for Halloween, I dress as Pitbull because I shave my head and I have no other hobbies. So, anyway, you're not here to hear me talk about myself, even though I can go on for hours. What you're actually here is why are we here? As to talk about Python and Bitmap polyglots, and to give you a little background and scope as to what led me down this path. I was reading about bad guys using JavaScript and abusing image tags to create these polyglots that would be interpreted as images in some cases, or as JavaScript or another. And I was doing this. I was watching the Maury show at the same time, and I was eating barbecue, and I spilled barbecue sauce on myself. And of course, I went down a rabbit hole about what exactly is a polyglot. A polyglot, for all you dictionary nerds out there, it's a valid computer program that is written in multiple valid computer languages. It can be read as A, it can be read as B, and there is no other changes done to the file itself. So, me being me, full of barbecue, I decided to make my own, and I went down that rabbit hole, and to kind of scope the problem a little better, I decided to set some constraints on myself. I said, respect. And I needed to fool the OS, or in this case, the file command in Linux and Mac. I didn't want to have any modification to the file. I didn't need to have another separate program to say, hey, extract all these bits and bytes and build a payload and execute it. I wanted to say, if I throw this in an interpreter or a command line and I say, hey, run it this way, can it do A? But if I say run it that way, can it do B? So I started looking at file formats because, again, nothing better to do and full of barbecue. So looking at the files, I started to say, well, how does a computer actually know what kind of file I'm trying to open? I looked at the file extension. That doesn't always work. As we've all known, you can mess with the file extension, try to open it as different things. But what if there's no extension? And then I stumbled upon the magic bytes, which are the first 2 bytes or so of a file, and it's part of the header that identifies what kind of file it is. I looked at some things like JPEG, and I said that's not going to work, but it might. I don't know. I looked at it. Some of them have footers that say, "Hey, this is where the file ends." Some of them don't, and that led me to Bitmap. And what happens if I append data to Bitmap? And then I said, "Well, what can I actually do with this? What about Python? I've written a lot of Python scripts in my life. Do they have headers and footers? I don't think I've ever written one or seen one for Python. And turns out they don't have one. And more of that in a minute. I'm getting ahead of myself. So I decided to see, can I muck about them and kind of confuse the computer? And spoiler alert, yes I could, and yes I did. So you're probably wondering, hey, wait, Bitmap, where did that come from? Like, why mail Bitmap? So Bitmap is weird. It's also super old, like old. And it's a header that has its magic bytes, it has a file size, it has an offset for where the image is, has, hey, here's the width and the height in pixels of the grid you're going to be drawing on. It has the image size, and it tells you, at least in 24-bit, it tells you 3 bytes per pixel of how you're going to do it. And it ignores everything that doesn't fit in that grid. It says, okay, cool, here's the grid. I'm only going to read those many bytes. Done. So if you append more stuff to it, it ignores it. And it's awesome. Now, for all you visual people, I opened it up in Vim, and I looked at the header because all my homies use Vim. And I am part of the Vim gang, as you can see from my shirt. So, for the visual people, like I said, there was the magic number, the file size, the offset, width, height, and everything is right there. And I said, well, let's channel my inner Rocky IV Ivan Drago. And I said, I must break you. And I started to figure out what are the parts of the header that I could muck about, and nothing would happen. Nothing would work. And so, what happens if I alter the file size? Well, I don't want to mess with the magic bytes because I will read as a different file. The offset tells me where the image data is, so I just started playing with those. And it turns out, if you alter the file size, number 2 up there, that picture, bitmap does not care. Because it's so old, back in the day, you cared about the file size, it had to be included on there. Nowadays, the file system doesn't care. You can write whatever you want there, and it didn't matter. But when it came to the offset, width, and height to draw that grid, it actually cared a lot. It yelled at me quite a lot. And now you're thinking, well, cool, I just learned a lot about bitmap. Bitmap is old. That's the moral of that story. So, like I said, meanwhile, on Python's side, Pythons don't have magic bytes. They don't use a header or any of that nonsense. They just, quote-unquote, max YOLO it. So I looked at how to write a comment in Python. Turns out if you have a pound sign, you can write some bytes, and as long as you have that 0D0A, that character in a new line, everything in between those 3 bytes is a comment. And the best part, and this is where Python really shines, is that you can declare a variable just inherently. You don't have to say, oh yeah, this is an int, this is a char. You can say, hey, here's my variable. I'm gonna set it to 4. Python figures out it's an int unless you say otherwise. So, talking a lot. So if the file size in the header doesn't matter, and you can add data at the end of a bitmap file, let's first create a bitmap. So I went to Microsoft Paint, my old friend, and said, hey, give me a 1.2 pixel by 1.2 pixel bitmap. And it said, you're probably thinking, well, 122, isn't that a little small? And I say, what are you, my ex-girlfriend? And I say, so I say, hey, Ashley, it's all about asking. Why? Because I didn't want to worry about, hey, am I encoding this correctly? Am I doing this correctly? I was still researching. I was still going on an adventure. And I don't know about me encoding because nothing is special if we're all ASCII encodable. So based on that, I created my 122 by 122. That's in decimal. That maps to a Z. And so I said, well, now I need some color. I need some vibrance in my life. So unfortunately, green is not a creative color, but bitmap uses 3 bytes per pixel. So I said, hey, is 32, 122, 32. So that's a space, a Z, and a space, because ASCII. And then for the second color, I said 122, 122, 32, because same scheme lined up with this like weird pink yellow. And then this is where the real art comes through. I made this wonderful picture. And I saved it as a 24-bit map, which means 3 bytes per pixel, those RGB colors, and on a 122 by pixel grid, and then I'm going to make an NFT, and I'm going to profit off of it, right? So, not quite. This is not that scam. So, I exported the file in Vim, and I was able to see those magic bytes. I could see the header and all those Z's for the pixels. But I still needed more because that's not very readable. And again, Vim getting, remember my shirt? I said, well, let's use XXD to look at it in a hex format. And I said, there's that VM. I can see that 36. That's the offset. I can see the grid. I can start seeing my data. I see all the Z's, all the colors. This is awesome. So what can I do from here? Well, I decided to use the hex header to modify the header and say, hey, let's treat this as Python and set that VM, those magic bytes, equals to 4. Not because it's an int. And then I declared the end of the line with a semicolon and started a comment with a pound and append at the end of a file a character turn in a new line. So what I basically did was say, hey, if you're reading at this from a Python perspective, I said, I have a variable number 4, a semicolon to end that line, a pound sign declaring the start of a comment, and then I said the end of a comment is over there. But if you view this same file from a bitmap perspective, again, the file size doesn't matter because we can alter it and it doesn't care. So it says, okay, from a bitmap perspective, I have the magic bytes to tell it's a bitmap. The file size looks wonky, but I don't care. All I care about is the offset, width, and height, and here's all this image data, and for some reason there's random nonsense at the end. Who cares? And bitmap is happy with that because width, height, and offset are intact, and about the file size, it doesn't matter what the file size is. Any data outside of that calculated offset and that grid generated by the width and height, it doesn't matter. And that, my friends, is where the fun begins. Because I took in them that CactusCon 11, modify the header, and then appended a new line and a carriage return at the end. And said, hey, I am going to, after that, append a random Python statement, in this case print, hey, am I a Python file or an image? And let's hope I prayed enough to the gods, because if I say, hey, file, CactusCon polyglot, what is it? It says it's a PC bitmap, Windows 3X format, 122 by 122 by 24, as expected. It says an image size looks weird, we don't care, and it says, hey, the offset starts here. And so I say, hey, what if you open that polyglot, that bitmap, and it opens a little image in that nice, oh man, definitely gonna sell this in NFT now. So what happens if I do Python 3 CactusCon polyglot.bitmap? It says, am I Python file or my image? So this same file, no alteration done to it. Python was just able to interpret it, but it fooled the operating system to treat it as an image. And then, to quote the fantastic Billy Mays, there's more. Because I thought, well, what can I do with this? And I said, well, let's start our own Netcat listener in port 9001, because it's over 9,000. And so I say, well, let's see, can I open? It would have been a lot easier if I had the other microphone, but it's okay. CactusCon polyglot shell.bitmap, that's what I called it. And I said, there's the image. All right, well, what if I say file, CactusCon polyglot shell? Again, it says it's at 122 by 122 by 24 bitmap. Well, what does Python 3 have to say about this? All right, we hit enter, and boom, we got our callback. Meaning, I mean, it's just a simple one-liner in Python. You're like, yeah, that's like script kiddie little stuff. But that's not the point here. The point here is that I just was able to treat an image as a perfectly legitimate Python script. And this is where it wonders. And this is where the important part comes in. It's like, wait, there's more. Cool, you added a callback, awesome. But, like, why? Why? And at the end of the day, I don't know, I was bored. I was full of barbecue. I wanted to try things. But what I did find, and this is my current area of research, is that you can base64 encode the data because, again, ASCII, and really start creating images. You can hide the data within itself, almost like a steganography within the image itself, and hide the payload there. The Python script can then be used as a dropper or as a downloader. This is just a vessel for your imagination. And I may or may not have done some Windows Defender testing, and Windows Defender didn't patch because it's, well, it's Windows Defender. And so, what I did find is a lot of the endpoint detection systems were looking at file extension, and we're looking at magic bytes. Why? Because it's the lowest hanging fruit. We're not going to spend a lot of time on it. So it's able to bypass that, and I am able to have a well-crafted payload in Python that is able to bypass all of those and say run in memory, then, well, I am now able to do whatever the hell I want. And so, yeah, again, this is nothing fancy, at least as example is, but it is able to build off of this to create a dropper, a downloader. The drawback, which I have heard multiple times, like, what if your computer has Python? And I'm like, well, I don't care. But in a lot of cases, I was looking at an easy way to have a dropper drop into Linux or Mac, which is a bit of a hassle. I mean, with Windows you have all the macros, etc. But that's all I have. I know I talked really fast and talked a lot. But if you'd like to know more, my website is up there, my blog. I have a much more thorough write-up as to how I actually built this. There's my GitHub link there at malicious.pro. It's a legit website. I own it, so don't be too scared of that. I'm on Twitter at Nuclear Farm Boy or at LinkedIn at Servando. And that's all I have. Do I have any questions, comments, issues, or concern? Yes, sir. Yeah, and that's ultimately like we're looking at it. Like we have a process that's running, and we want to get a payload to it, and we're like steganography is there, but like yeah, like you mentioned with the FFP9, that's JPEG. I looked at something like that, and part of my research on bypassing more hardcore endpoint detection was with XORs. It says, hey, here's a pad, XOR all of it, and no one's gonna catch it, especially because the header looks relatively normal. So yeah. Yeah. Yep. No, I appreciate the comment. Yes, sir. That's actually something I'm actively researching. What I've been able to do is put the ELF as part of the image data, basically for encode and have Python run the ELF. But again, it's still very dependent because I am abusing the Python lack of a header and that little quirk with declaring variables. But I do know that there are other file formats. I believe it's like PDF, and you can also treat it as an ELF. That is something that I'm actively looking into as well. No, you can create a PDF ELF polyglot. Don't quote me on that. I think it was part of my research where I was looking into this. Yeah. Yes, sir. Yeah. Yeah, and that's where the actual execution of this falls more on your larger attack chain. But if you're having you already have a process running that you can get a Python started, so it doesn't look as suspicious, this is a good way to deliver that. You can also create a hey, here's an install script, and just add that line in there, and your little logo is there. So yeah, you still have to get the user to run Python and click on it, which is a lot harder than it seems. But that's why we have social engineers for that. I'm just the nerd that plays with the header. But yeah, it's a very good point. Any other questions, thoughts, issues, comments, or concerns? I don't know if you saw the back of my tracksuit. It's awesome. Online, Sweat CEO just submitted, and it's got my name on it and everything. Awesome. Well, if there is no other comments, or if you think about something later, again, there's my contact info. To put this mildly, holla at your boy. I'm always ready to to nerd out, and I'll be around. Feel free to walk up and talk to me. And that's all I got. Hi, Mom.
Is this better? Okay, perfect. Cool. All right. So, I'm Kay. Just from Turbo Yoga, but essentially, it speaks for itself as screen link. Starting it off. All right. Well, I'm kind of yes. This is how to build a friendly slab in theory. Quick disclaimer: I am not an authority on this, so everything I think should be taken with a grain of salt. But real fast about me. I've spent quite a large portion of my career as lab monkey or in the lab before I ended up building one at my previous job. I was at Kaiser doing discovery, forensics, internal investigations, that sort of stuff for the better part of a year or two. Then I moved on to BlackBerry Silence, where I ended up being the lab manager. And where most of this talk comes in is building out a completely new facility for BlackBerry for the global IR team and supporting their threat research teams and a couple other teams over there. And currently, I'm actually at CrowdStrike doing pure incident response versus the sort of backball change something like that BlackBerry. And to add on to that, I also do infrastructure for WRCCDC. WRCCDC is the Western Mutual Collegiate Cyber Defense Competition. If you haven't heard of it, basically, I set up infrastructure while college students try to survive against red teamers. Super amusing. Set up really fun environments, really broken games like, every box is making people have fun, kids. So a lot of infrastructure stuff, a lot of good stuff over there. Before we get this started, if you are finding yourself in the position of building a lab, you're going to want these two books. This one right here, and I brought this to pretend like I know something. So I'm going to Vanna White this for y'all. This is the ISO 27001 guide, and then it's lesser known and cared about because of ISO 1720. That's a very valuable resource, not just for a lab, but if you're doing any sort of other infrastructure related stuff that needs to be ISO and NIST 850 compliant. And the other one is by the same author, actually building a different forensics laboratory. These are ancient. I think these are the early 2000s, and this one right here is actually due for a refresh in about 2 months, so we can buy that. But most of everything in relation to compliance and a couple of the other things are all taken from that book, and the rest is through Trial by Fire. So there's a couple things I'm not going to talk about in this talk. The first thing is your company's budget. Depending on how big of a shop you are and what you guys are looking for in your own digital forensics, in your IR team, right? You might have a budgeted peanuts, you might have a blank check, right? So this, along with all points, it'll all change how you might take away things from this talk. The second one is company politics, right? Maybe you're able to bribe people to get some things, maybe you're not. I'm going to bribe our construction people to put in a couple of TVs into our lab because sitting in a sterile lab with white walls is boring. But there's also a lot to digest if you're dealing with political crap in the company. Construction specifics. All right, so I am not a contractor. I don't know how to construct a thing or a thing. So I won't really be discussing anything about working with the contractors. Because again, every project is different, every layout, everything is different. So while I will be going over the physical attributes of the lab, I really won't be giving too much into that. Last but not least, some of the day-to-day operations of the lab. Things like chain of custody, evidence handling, that sort of stuff, working with putting everything in evidence bags, so on and so forth. That can be a whole other talk of its own, but it's just one of the things that, some of it will be covered, but it's not going to be a focal point. So, I guess to start off, why do we have a lab, right? The whole point of a lab, forensics lab, so we're taking a step back, not just digital forensics now, but straight all the way back, biological lab, right? You're investigating crime scene, or murder scene, whatever. You need a clean area where the evidence can't be tainted, and the story cannot be changed. That's something I'm going to be repeating a lot throughout this, because when you're doing forensics, when you're doing IR, you need to make sure that your story and your evidence remains unchanged so the facts don't change. So I realize it's a little hard to see in the there. First one is clean area, and really, started out doing biological investigations, right? Someone got changed with the shit or whatever. As time progresses, right now we're seeing electronics enter the scene, maybe through camera surveillance of the area. Maybe the victim had a phone or a laptop on them, something or another, right? So now you have the need to make a digital forensics lab. Right now you're looking at the media. Maybe you're looking for clues. Maybe you're trying to assess what happened. So that if we're still talking about like the crime scene stuff, if we go into incident response right now or traditional digital forensics, we limit just the evidence, and we don't really care so much about the happenings. One of the other things to keep in mind when doing this is a lot of the times when you're doing forensics, you're focused only on the actual image and the stuff presented, and you can't really speculate about things. And I'll get into this later too, that your speculation is kind of limited. So now, everyone's got a phone, I'm assuming. Watch, cameras are everywhere. So now we've sort of largely, at least in the private sector, now we have a distinction between the traditional biological forensics lab and a digital forensics lab, which is what most of what we do in cybersecurity is. And then, of course, like NCIS, CSIR, you've got the combo labs. But that's another topic. So hopefully someone gets that joke. Doing this stuff is sometimes not seen as this completely serious matter, especially if you're in IR, in the sense that the results for you as a consultant are not tangible, right? Like if you can do your job and the client cannot listen, it's whatever. But if you're working as like a private investigator type deal where this is being presented in court, you have to make triply sure that the evidence is not all anyway, right? Especially on that sort of side of things for going into cybercrime. So that same process holds true in incident response, although for a somewhat different reason, right? When you're doing an IR case, right, you want a timeline of everything that happened in the case. You know, when the threat actor got in, what they did, lateral movement, and if they ask for anything, so that's your timeline, right? And you cannot let the evidence be, changing anyway. So think about timestamps, right? And you're juggling through multiple different timestamps. Like there's a reason why we try to normalize everything UTC, so everything is set in that single time zone. You're not dealing with like Mountain Time in Pacific and Eastern and daylight savings, and over here we've got like one box in South Africa doing God knows what in the middle of the engagement, right? So everything needs to be normalized. So I guess long story short is you have to normalize everything and make sure nothing changes. But for slightly different reasons, right? One is from investigation of this core, expert testimony. The other is in a report for the client and for legal. Not for. Okay. One of the other things that comes up when you're building out a lab, or at least on digital forensics side, are two types of workflow. You've got e-discovery, right? And you've got your incident response, and your one-off, 2, 3 boxes for like insider threat and such. So on e-disco, you're probably working with tens of hundreds of terabytes of data, right? Because you're combing through this giant data set looking for something. So that will change how you structure everything out. From the hardware you buy to the space you use to build things out to you might even hire. When incident response, we're really focused on small pockets of data most of the time. You're deploying triage tooling like at CrowdStrike. Right, we use FFC, so we're only taking like a small subset of data. FFC, K, silo, or whatever, right? You're looking at a really small amount of data, so you don't need that much storage relatively speaking for e-discovery, but you're still going to want processing power. So again, it's going to change, what you buy. You might not need as much storage. You might not need as much physical space for storage on archival, but on e-disco, you might need, a floor of your building dedicated just to storage. There's one or two companies out there that have their office buildings. They just have one half the floor that's only evidence storage, and that's it. Like, nothing else. It's just one big safe. All right. So there are a couple of ingredients for a forensic lab, kind of which you need a place to put it, right? You can't really materialize it out of thin air. So you need a physical location for the lab. You need some security measures measures, right? So, you know, aside from cameras and motion detectors, there's a couple other things you can do to make sure that your lab stays secure. Your workstation in here, like I mentioned, you generally don't want a lot of processing power and a lot of just the PC system in general, so I'll get a little bit more into that. And as you grow along, you also need to have privacy requirements, right? So that's where this book comes in. You need your ISOs and your NISTs and your CGIS and your FedRAMPs and all that stuff, right? It sucks. I hate it too, but it is a necessity to have a way to benchmark yourself. So someone can come and say, okay, are you actually doing a good job forensicating things? Are you, you know, certified to do this? And this is your sorts of, yes, we are ISO certified, we do things properly, trust us for professionals, in theory anyways. And once you go along, you might, you know, especially in a bigger firm, you want to automate things and move things to the cloud and virtualize everything. So at some point, you know, having 6, 10 boxes in a lab isn't going to cut it anymore. You're going to need 20, 30, 100 VMs spun up constantly for analysts digging through that. And a lot of this, except for the compliance requirements, will shift. I'll get into this later too, but like your bare minimum, if you're doing Fundus Lab, want your ISO 27001, you're going to want your NIST 853 and 17028. Again, it's like an ignored cousin. We don't really talk about it, but it is something that is needed. So the actual office space, I guess it depends on your company. If you're completely remote, it doesn't exactly matter where your office is, but if your company is hybrid or you just happen to have a lot of people like say in Southern California, right, you're going to want that lab to where everyone can get to it. If you guys mostly remote, you're still going to need people to be on site, right? You're going to need people for evidence intake, for maintenance, you know, for new systems, and you, at least my preference, you want close to a major city. Main reason for that is if you need something like, say someone sent an audible drive, right? It's like M.2 B plus M key, and you don't have any M.2 here, right? Super easy to hop over to like, I don't think actually Best Buy would care, that Micro Center. Super easy to hop over to like Micro Center, Central Computers, or use Fry's to grab something, right? So, you know, if possible, build it close to a major city. That way, something you need like a cable or an adapter, you can, you know, fly over to whatever and grab it. A lot of the things, a lot of people say to keep it in an inconspicuous space, right? So you want it not clearly labeled, hey, we turn this super toxic crap here. Come say hi, right? You want it a little hidden out of the way, or at least inaccessible, right? It can be totally like not just your office or housing area. You know, you generally don't want to advertise that, even some stuff that's top secret. Next question is, you know, do you want multiple rooms or a single room, right? And again, this is, you know, a mix of decisions, right? Is your org big enough to justify having one room just for analysis, one room just for evidence storage? Do we have room for a break room, you know, that sort of stuff? Or is your org really smaller, so there's just no one there where you need a big physical space for people to sit in, right? Maybe your lab is going to be all virtualized, so you don't really need anything more than a small area for imaging and a small area for evidence storage. The rest is in a locked up cab out in a colo somewhere. It's really an organizational need as well as a budgetary need. Maybe you need multiple rooms. Julie, I want need for one. All right, start out with a smaller room, but over time make it so you can expand, right? So if you have only budget or the space for one room at that time, right, and all of a sudden, you know, new space opens, you can expand something there, like you can make a brand new evidence storage room, or you can make a brand new analysis room, or a room to take things apart, right? Generally speaking, as long as you have space for the equipment and most importantly the people, you're good, right? Because it's still fun to work in like a room the size of this podium area, and you've got 6 boxes like churning out like Axiom and X-Waste 24/7. It's getting constantly hot. And I should probably fix that, but I honestly don't know why it's doing that. Check intermission. like I was saying, right, it's not great to have a small room with all these boxes piled in, and you're like kind of sliding through these boxes trying to get to things. You're trying to take apart a laptop with like this space, right? So you need space to do things, you need space to store your equipment. So that's sort of like your bare minimum. But if you have money in the space, the sky's the limit. And I'll sort of just cover the third point there. Right? You need room for your equipment. It's not just lab boxes, right? You need equipment to take apart things. You need storage space. Dedicated stations, right? So if you're in one room, have a station just for tearing things apart. You've got storage racks. You've got analysts. Now that your workstation's on the back side of the room, right? There's different ways to lay things out. As long as you have a clean way to get things apart so you can look at them, you know, that's one of the other bare minimum things. Another thing is you need to be close to emergency services. You know, like, okay, yeah, fire department, makes sense, things will blow up, right? But have you ever done the Heimlich on someone choking while in a physics lab? Right? So there's all these weird unknowns, right? We had one time where we had to do the Heimlich on an intern because the dude was eating like a grape or something and it's stuck, right? And it's like, okay, stuff like that will happen. One time we had a fire in our lab break out due to that dried out. I'm going to get into this, especially that thing later, right? You had a fire break out. Okay. It might be critical to have a fire and safety nearby in case things really do get out of control. Hopefully, I don't know you're going to have fail-safes not there, but it is something that's kind of overlooked, right? It may be a completely different, a complete factor in determining where you put your lab, right? You might be serviced by a local PD, but you want to be serviced by the sheriff's, which takes 20 minutes to get out there for something really major, right? Versus a local PD will probably be minutes, less minutes, I should say. And last but not least, multiple ISPs failover, right? One goes down, you're still going to have a link out. We've had it happen where we had a triple 3 lines for ISPs. We had 2 for one and a third for the other, and a completely different part of the city. Someone cut through the big 50 fiber line we had, knocked out 2 of our 3 links, but we still had that third link, right? So multiple ISPs, you know, even if it's just like Starlink or whatever, you have something that's maybe not too dependent on stuff that's already done. Good food's always nice. I got the ability to show it. Keep people well fed. I mean that somewhat jokingly, right? But as I alluded to previously, people are not going to be happy working in a sterile room with no light. I mean, it's just like, you know, for lighting white walls. It's also good to keep it next to a semi-populated area with things to do. So this is going to be a trend. I'm going to keep my mouse on it. And another thing, especially in SoCal, is relatively safe for natural disasters, right? It's okay, good. Make sure like it's earthquake proof, right? At a previous job, we worked at a data center where the entire data center was hoisted on giant shock absorbers, like similar to a car, like a Baja truck, where you're driving on the dunes and only the suspension moves. Same thing, the entire data center was suspended on struts, and there's also like a moat and everything, right? Because in SoCal, we've got earthquakes. Not so much rain tornadoes, but definitely earthquakes. And so the same thing applies elsewhere, right? You know, ideally, you're not building a lab in southern Florida where there's a hurricane every other day. Half our data center actually main control, right? So again, it's another thing. You don't really want it out there or in the Middle East where there's tornadoes every other day as well. So relatively safe from that sort of stuff. Cool. So this is sort of the nitty-gritty stuff. One of the things that you may not think about is the air conditioning, right? It's AC, what could go wrong? Well, traditional AC systems build up condensation. Condensation is great if you got like this cold rain and you're watching the water form on top. What it's not great is over countless cycles of your boxes turning on, off, or just sitting there. Condensation will build up on the capacitors, it'll build up on traces, and you're going to get corrosion, blown caps, and goodbye rig. Not at a previous gig. That's what happened where over time we used to have a really, really bad AC system. Like it was damaged and it was just, the room was always humid, right? And eventually all the rigs died because over time corrosion happened and the boards died. So they specifically make low condensation AC poor usage, and that's what you'll see in data centers. That's why data centers are so dry, because the AC systems are designed to suck the condensation out to make sure nothing gets damaged. Another thing to think about is your fire system, right? Sprinklers are great, but when you're sitting on like $200,000 worth of workstations and servers, they're gone, right? So, previously we used to have halon, and I'm sure some places still use halon, although now it's legal. Now we've got the lovely Novec 1230s, and so it's a gas that comes in, and unlike halon, which will kill you, this will keep you alive. So this is what you need if you don't want to do halon, but this will keep your gear alive and will get the fire out in seconds. And so if you're doing anything, not just in the lab, but in any environment where there's electronics, and you see sprinklers in the roof, you're like, okay, if this goes off, there goes everything, right? And it's not just your gear, it's also the evidence that you need to be storing out in the open. If you're in the middle of an investigation, you've got like 5 dry sitting there, and water gets on them, yeah, good luck. I know dry savers exist, but they charge a ton of money, and it's still always a crapshoot if you're down to that level. Recovery needs electricity, right? So, funnily enough, I have a solar project going on at home right now, so my mind's thinking like, oh, solar, right? And so, you gotta have backups and backups and backups, that stuff. Generally, we will always have UPS, uninterruptible power supplies on each system, but there's multiple types of UPSs, right? You'll have your like standard stuff that you get at Best Buy, all the way up to I think it's line level UPSs where the battery is always the thing feeding the device, so that when the power cuts out, there's no milliseconds of delay with the power switching on, right? Because some systems, especially these delicate forensic workstations, if you have that little blip, the computer might shut down, and there goes like 12 hours of access processing, or like 48 hours of exquisite processing. So yeah, you'll have a UPS cool, but how does that not really allow you, right? Especially if the system's at full tilt, you've got like 10 minutes on like a standard build desktop UPS at best. So now you go to the site needs generators, right? So when the power goes out, now you've got a diesel generator kicking on and making sure that at least these 4 systems stay up and enough time for you to shut them down. Even beyond that, right? In our previous slide, we actually have Tesla power walls supporting not just our area, but the entire building. So even if the power went out, we not only had the generators, but we had the power walls. So we've got 2 stages of redundancy there for the power to, if power goes out, we're still going to be up. We still got, about an hour left to get everything closed out, just in case power doesn't come back on, and, things will be smooth over, right? All right, so if you've been building PCs for a long time, you might actually just be like, I don't really need anti-static stuff, right? Just grab yourself to this metal table or metal chair. But especially when we're working on not just delicate equipment, but when you're working on something as, I was going to say special, but that's not really the right word. But if you're working on something of this matter, right, you need to be extra sure. So to the point where you've got your anti-static wristband on, your floors are grounded, and your walls are grounded, and your tables are grounded, right? So when you're building a lab out, you'll be working with your contractor to have tiles that specifically dissipate static, and they'll have copper ground straps going all the way down to the earth, right? So you'll see if you're looking inside a lab, some floor copper strips that go up from the floor to the outlet, reach down into the ground. So there's no chance that you have it static, even if you have metal everywhere. So these are the measures you sort of take to make sure, right, you'll be working on an anti-static mat anyways, when you ground it, everything's grounded, that's the steps you have to take. Because if you fry that like one SSD that just so happens to be like H0, your IR is gone. Well, it's not gone, but it's a really major part of the investigation because that's how they got in. That's when they initially started pivoting everywhere. So you will lose quite a lot from that. If you're doing like a crime scene investigation, oh boy, that's like, a million times worse because now you don't have anything. Like I mentioned, you want an adequate space for your personnel and your people, right? I jokingly put, you want a fridge in there. Yes, you want a fridge. If you're working 8 hours straight, carrying apart like 8 devices or an e-disco case, you're not going to have time to go out and get food and get drinks ready. You're going to want something there so you don't have to get up and waste time. I mean, that's not discarding the fact that you need time away, but if you're working in something especially time critical, where it's like we need results now. You know, having that sort of stuff. While it sounds kind of like a joke, you start thinking like, it makes sense, right? So a couple of the building blocks when you're actually building out the room. Security systems, the fun stuff. All right, so some of these are pretty obvious, right? Security personnel. Typically, most of the time, if you can have like 3 or 4 guards running stag shifts, so no one that's not on office can get in. And this really does depend on space you have. Maybe you'll have front desk reception that's open 9 to 5, and that's your security guard, and then after hour you have to badge to get in. That works as long as you have all the other supporting mechanisms behind it. So there's different ways to slice that cake, but if possible, security personnel on site, someone that's hopefully trained, like in case there's an intrusion. We had one guy who came in, he claimed he was like ex-Iranian intelligence, and then after it's like, oh no, that was a joke, and it's like, okay, why did you say that when we hired you, right? So another thing that'll come into play, especially when doing all that stuff, is background checks, right? Definitely good security personnel. The usual suspects apply here as far as like cameras, motion detectors, door detectors, all that stuff plays a key role into making sure that the people who are going in and out of the building and lab and security areas are actually who they're supposed to be. And if there's any unauthorized intrusion, like I really doubt you're going to have a consultant coming in at 2 a.m. unless like it's a 1410 or some crazy thing, right? So if the alarms go off at like 2 a.m., something's definitely wrong. And even vice versa, right? If someone gets past your door controls and that stuff goes off, now you're going to be in extra trouble, right? So when we move on to door controls, right? All the audit requirements they want to fit. They want either a card, like this hotel key card, which is not what you should be using in the lab, but your ID and your PIN, a fingerprint, iris scan, whatever. You need the 2FA. If you're working like in a skiff, I know they have the little dial locks that you need to know the code for. You need something of the sort to make sure that not anyone can just take a card, or not anyone can take a master key. Even when you're building it out, right? Facilities is going to have a master key, especially for maintenance. But if they're going into the lab, they're not supposed to be in the lab at all, or if they have to be there for maintenance, they have to have a proof person watching them to make sure they don't touch anything. So, when you're doing your HVAC maintenance, right, they can't just go in there alone. Someone has to be watching them. So that stuff comes into play. Evidence safes, right? So you're going to need to place your evidence. You can get away with a gun safe if you're a small organization. If you're a large organization, you're going to have a room or a building dedicated to evidence storage, right? So that's something that will really scale with your needs and what your company does. And just because you have, like, say, a gun safe doesn't mean it can be out in the open. It still needs to be inside the lab, and it also needs to have its own security controls, right? So yes, the lab door will have its electronic door lock, but the safe should also have some variant of 2FA or some way to make sure that no one can just put in a code or put in a key in your hand, right? So that also needs to be taken into consideration. And one of the other things that sort of was new to me, especially as a lab rookie, was cut-proof walls. And you might be thinking, okay, what? Well, so, especially if you're working with FBI CJIS, which is the criminal justice stuff, you want to make sure no one can get in, right? Not only have a metal door, but having steel mesh in your walls, which sounds like a joke, but the stuff that we used was 30 or 40 minutes with a plasma cutter to cut a man-sized hole in, right? So not only just, if we're talking about threat models, they don't have to get past the security guards, and they have to get past the doors, and now they can't get through your lab door, another hole. And it's not just the wall, it's all around, right? Almost like Faraday cage. So these are just like some of the security things, right? You may not need a cut-proof mesh or steel plate wall, or a bulletproof one, because they do make like Kevlar line, liner and stuff. It's insulation, Kevlar, steel mesh, drywall, or they don't do that anymore, right? But there's different ways to go around that. Maybe you just need a double thick layer of drywall or
doing the seed, you just want this steel proof mesh. Something that it didn't put on here is also sound isolation, right? If your lab is one where people take their work calls or you're doing a conference with or meeting with auditors, you don't want anyone to like sort of put stethoscope or whatever to one listen in, right? And so there's multiple ways of making sure that noise gets out, right? You can do lead sheeting on the walls. You can do mass loaded vinyl. You can do 2 pieces of drywall air gap with green glue. There's a couple different ways to go around that as well. But other thing that nice, like you don't want anyone looking into it. You don't want anyone listening into it, right? No windows on the lab. It sucks, but you can't have any windows on the lab for anyone to look at. We were doing construction, and the construction workers put a door with like a clear piece of glass in the middle, and it's like, okay, you guys have the plan. It says secure location, forensics lab, secure. What part of secure glass makes sense? So someone could break in the glass and reach around and hit the handle and open the door, right? So every like sort of detail kind of matters if you're doing top secret type stuff. I say top secret type stuff, right? But like specifically the seed is not it. Which I think this one up soon. No, it's not. Light blockers. All right. So typically there's the 2 brands in the light blocker industry, Tableau and I don't actually know how to say it. I just call them Weebtech. I don't know, Weebtech, whatever. Tableau is the industry standard, right? I mean, if you're working in any lab, you'll more than likely have Tableau gear. I think everything from like M.2 stuff to SAS to 5 1/4 inch dry fade gear. They are the industry standard, but they also come with that price tag of industry standard, right? Their right blockers are $550 just for standard SATA right blockers. So they do carry that price tag. Weebtech, I haven't seen as much, but we still keep them on hand just in case, especially if we have a lot of drives coming out once. Their right blockers, and if we're talking like specifically SATA based, are like $400. So it's like a solid $100 cheaper than the Tableau option. Although in my experience, right, the drivers on those are really finicky and they tend to be very flaky. So I sort of tell anyone, if you're going to get one, just go and get the Tableau because you're never going to have issues, even if it's like a 15-year-old unit, it'll always work. And again, the whole purpose of having the right blockers is to make sure the evidence isn't altered. You can have standalone right blockers. You can have one built into the system. You can have even have imaging stations, right? So you have a little dedicated box with touchscreen. You plug in your drive, and it automatically images it and puts the image onto another machine or network share on another drive, right? So this whole process of having the gears to make sure the evidence isn't altered. And so, just to give you an example, real fast, and I would end up like a workflow of you right plug your original drive to the right blocker, you make an image, you make your staging media as your backup copy of the image, you put an image on either a network share or the friendly workstation. You always work on the copy. You never touch the original. And throughout all of this, doing your checksums and making sure the hashes match up and all that. So, yeah. Workstations, all right. So this is the fun part, right? When you're looking at a friendly workstation, if you're really looking at a server and a tower with like 1,000,000 5 1/4 inch space, right? So you pop open one of these workstations, and it's really just it's a tower server with, ideally speaking, right? You have a lot of money, right? You've got Julians, tons of RAM. The more the merrier. It really applies in this case, especially for high volume shop. So you want the best I can get, and that's all the way down to like the IO, where you would literally be picking out your drives specifically to run in RAID. So like you'd be running maybe up new 990 Pros from Samsung, those kind of have issues like 98 Pros, NVMe for like your staging, your initial imaging, right? You want everything to be as fast as possible. And again, you may not have the budget to afford like a $20,000 front workstation for Summary or Skyforce or what have you. But generally, the more the merrier. The other thing that also is really important is the warranty and support service, right? Especially in the this world, if something breaks, you need to fix it now, right? And so if doing it, try to go with a builder that's local to you, right? Like if you're in SoCal, Silicon Forensics, Siteforce, they service all of SoCal, and they will have you either a new workstation or parts or tech support, within, if you have the support back within 24 hours, 12 hours even. One time we drove a workstation up there and walked back into the new workstation just to make, and we kept our drives support, but we walked back into the replacement workstation just because it's keep going, right? So you need that level of support there. If you're looking at rack mount servers, Dell, there's not really a contest there. If you're looking for support needed, you need a Dell server. HPM, there's not really come close to the level of service you get in Dell. Mac OS, I wish I could say I hate it, but I have a Mac for my work laptop and I love it. Sometimes you need a Mac for Mac-specific stuff, especially with the new M1 and M2 chips, right? You can't really do some of that stuff on a normal workstation because it's x86 based, and now you're dealing with ARM-based stuff. So you will more than likely, at the very least, want, if not need, a Mac station. I think at some point before Celebrite, or a long time ago when we had BlackBag was not a Celebrite company, you would need a Mac just for your stuff, right? So sometimes you'll get a case in where it's like, hey, we have our the guy below the CISO, our senior security guy. He's actually exfiltrating data. He has a Mac. You need to take a look at it, right? So you might have something like that come along, which is always fun because how are you going to tell the guy below the CISO that, hey, we need to take his laptop away for energy, right? Raise an alarm bell. So you might always have weird cases like that. I just mentioned the imaging stations, right? If you have the budget, you have the space, imaging stations are great, right? Because touch, this is the drive, this is the destination image, and it'll do everything for you, and you can just walk away. I think it'll start about like 1,800 for a Falcon deal, and you kind of go up to like 3,500 for the one, if I'm not mistaken. But those are all really great options if you have the money and the reason to go out and buy them. And what this really all adds up to is you trying to build the lab to where it's super resilient, right? As mentioned before, if the power goes out, you still have backups. If hardware goes out, you'll either have backups for your images and stuff. I mean, you will have backups. It's one of the things that you need to have run a lab. But you'll have backups for that, and if something is truly fried, like your motherboard is completely fried in the system, you'll be able to get a new one in, as soon as possible. Another thing to mention here is that as I get out to, if you're looking at CGI, criminal justice information, these options change greatly as far as support because you can only have an accredited, a certain tech from certain companies that can actually come out and service hardware or like whatever with the system. Just because the system's dead, just because the drive's on there with like one file of CGI, it's off limits. It's like just about everyone except for you and like true proof techs and probably all of Dell. Mobile forensics. All right, I hate this. Mobile forensics is arguably the worst thing to do with because things change constantly, right? Your phone gets updates every week. Typically, when you're doing mobile forensics, you're going to want to vary a bag or a box. Why? Because if someone goes to find my iPhone and wipes the phone and kind of had a lot of it's gone. Or other kill switches, for that matter, right? Maybe they have something that's meant to be sent out at a certain time or whatever. So you want to make sure nothing leaves the system. So even when you're doing imaging, analysis, and storage, always in like a Faraday box or a bag. Sometimes you ideally, at least in the labs I've worked at, we have a separate system just for mobile stuff. Partially because Celebrite is super finicky. Where I literally, even after wiping the box, I had to use a different box for some reason. I just didn't like the hardware of that device, and no one was able to figure it out after like 6 months of looking at it. Have a separate box for Celebrate. It'll save you so much time and grief. And if you get to this stage, which I hope you don't, you might need a JTAG device or boot chip off, right? You need to physically solder, take the actual storage chip out of the phone and put it in, image it that way versus going through Celebrate or UFED or whatever. So rarely is that the case. If you're doing something like vehicle forensics, 9 times out of 10 you're going to have to JTAG something. That's a whole other world right there. The infrastructure. So a lot of it seems really simple, right? The infrastructure. I've got the domain controller up there. I've got DNS, certificate authorities, that sort of stuff, right? But when you go to a big lab, you're gonna have people VPNing it. You're gonna have people logging into every workstation at the same time. You need a federated way to control all of that, and that's where all this stuff comes in. So yes, this all seems very basic, but it's also very much necessity, and you can get away without all this model, I'm sure. But as soon as you go past like a couple people, or you have remote workers, you absolutely need this stuff. You also need very extensive logging of the gear in question, right? And yes, I mentioned SOC here. Obviously, you're going to want to ask your security controls, but what about power and storage utilization, right? Like if you're looking at your hardware and your fleet of workstations, you need to know, hey, workstation 10 is low on disk space on that specific RAID or RAID. We need to archive things, right? Or, hey, workstation 3 has been running Action for 2 weeks at 100% tilt. Twice that. It's crashed because Action does that. Is your answer. But you need a way to monitor all of that. So setting up something like Zabbix or PTRG or similar, right? You need to have monitoring of all your systems. Not just security, but everything in terms of that as well. Like if your UPS is telling you out, hey, your battery's about to die, and if you're not in the room to see the blinking light or the beeping, right, you're going to need it to be beaming out alerts or whatever. Last not least, backups and fail-safes. Backups are, again, a size thing, right? You might be small enough where you only need a couple of 8 terabyte drives. Maybe you're fine with a Synology SAN, maybe a 500 terabyte NAS or compellent SAN things, right? So that's really a size and space-based thing. It will vary, but generally you want at the very least 2, I think the rule is 3-2-1, right? 3 backups, 2 on-site, 1 off-site. So off-site will get a little bit contentious, especially have some stuff that really shouldn't leave the building. You need your backups. And then you need fail-safes, right? What if your domain goes down? Oh, we have our cloud domain controller. Okay, but the firewall is also gone. Oh. So there's no connection to the cloud and there's no on-prem domain controller. So what do you do when your on-prem domain controller dies and then your backup on-prem domain controller dies and your cloud one's down? And this is something that happens. Right, where we have to resuscitate our main DC. There's no other option. So fail-safes for everything. Everything is a fail-safe, right? If you go back to the slides, if it comes back up, if you go back through the slides, everything is built around fail-safes, right? Security, you have multiple layers of security backups, multiple backups, authentication. You need to be an employee of a company, you need to be in the right domain group, you have to be VPN in, and you have to be using like a certain profile, right? So it's all about fail-safes to make sure no one gets in and no one takes any data. I really just want to put something in there. I love it. I hate networking, so this one's pretty easy. You have a couple of options in setting up network area lab. One is you can just get everything air gapped, which is fun. So the only way to get in is remoting in, and if you need something from the internet, it's not saying all over, right? But you can't access the internet directly. All your updates are controlled via WSUS or whatever, SCCM, or you can have a limited approach where yes, you're boxed up into the internet and it's behind all of the firewalls. I'm sure I'm missing something in here. No, not maybe you'll be able to, I don't know. Right? You've got like layered security if you're doing that approach, or in general. This is the ideal. This is actually what we do for CCDC. I'm not entirely, to be honest, but this is legitimately like something I've done. I'm not ashamed to say it, but I'll tweak within hollow. So layered security, defense in depth, right? Somewhat jokingly, while you may not have a checkpoint and Apollo on the same network, you may have a separate access to for your VPN, and then you have Apollo as a backup. So stuff like that matters. All right, fun stuff. So like I mentioned, you have your 2.5 big audit frameworks, right? So 27.001 and your NIST 800 I-53, and lastly, but certainly not least, the FDIC. So 27.001 is kind of like your bread and butter, right? Not super easy, but just about every company has it. Then you've got your NIST 853, which is actually a superset of ISO, my numbers right, 27.002. So realistically, if you have 27 double land, 27 double 2, you're pretty much good for 853. The main difference is if you're like a private firm, you're not dealing with the government, you're going to have your ISO. If you're dealing with the government, federal, local, state agencies, you're going to want your NIST. The third fun one is the FDIC. And I like to think of it this way. See that evidence the FBI gave you? If you look at it the wrong way, you go to federal prison, which is a fun thing to deal with, right? So C just takes those two and comes up to another level, both in what you need to do and the consequences of if you screw up. So C just is, like I mentioned before, if you have a hard drive in one system that has CG's case on it, no one can touch it except for like the lab manager, the examiner, and maybe one certified tech that has all the background checks done. That's it. Even if it's just like, oh, the RAM stick died, we just swap out. Nope, it's going to be certified person, and that's all the background check done. And then the next thing is, like I mentioned, if you mess up with the evidence and it's misplaced or whatever, mislabeled, jail time. So it's really fun to work with that. So those are the forms, and these are the have 27W2 like I mentioned, that actually doesn't have an accreditation or anything. It's just a framework. These are all accreditations you can get for the lab, for your Marty, and the other two that are coming more into play now, especially if you're working on the government side, is FedRAMP and CMMC. FedRAMP is if you're working with the government and you have cloud stuff, so say you have stuff in AWS for your lab infrastructure, your archival, you have an S3 bucket out there, you have police. As an example, you're going to need to be FedRAMP certified because that stuff, cannot be sort of federal deal. And CMMC, which is very new to me, is a training model that is similar to kind of a global. But the point of this is, again, if someone's going to your company for work and they want to say, how do we know we can trust you? Right? Other than like the list of clients that we have for work, right? This is the way of trusting. Yeah, we're ISO certified, we're NIST certified, we're FedRAMP certified. Like we are complying with everything. Your data is safe with us until it isn't when someone messes up. That's another story. But this is your way of making sure that your lab is in check and run properly, and to show clients that yes, you know what you're doing. It's also and like I keep on mentioning that have backups and fail safes. Everything you have needs to be checked. I think I mentioned earlier on in this talk, right? Like we had doing our tests for our staging drives, make sure all our adapters work, and I had one go up and smoke right in front of me. I sat there confused for a couple seconds, like this was just 22 minutes ago, right? So constantly with all your processes, you need to make sure everything's verified. They have tests for the write blockers that I mentioned, right? Like they're actually NIST certified to be a write blocker. You can run those tests yourself to make sure they're actually doing what they're doing. Same thing with your drive adapters and cables, make sure they're not throwing sparks everywhere. If you've got an update process for SCCM and WFS, make sure you've got a test environment for that before you deploy the prod, because as we all know, you don't deploy the prod directly, you don't deploy on Friday. Unless your previous line manager did updates on Friday and broke things. Sometimes. I think that's one of the updates though. Everything needs to be, you can trust your write blockers, but you gotta verify everything. Verify your gear, make sure no funny business is happening. And you can roll that into if you're a lab manager, or you're assigned to do this, just roll it into your weekly daily routine, like every week, every month. Test your gear, make sure it works. Stuff goes straight, it's got like 20 inbounds coming in. You know that your gear is good to go, and you don't have to fuss about things breaking. Alright, so this is a little bit more of a traditional, if you're running like a traditional dentist kind of shop, right? I don't think you really see this as much, but you've got, on the podium on top, your lab manager, right? Oversees everything, they make sure that everything's going well. And below that, you may have your triage officer. Your triage officer, and with another preface that this is if your company is only a digital right? Your triage officer is looking at cases that come in and saying, okay, we can take this on, and we can't take this on. This is very important. This goes first in queue. We can lag a little bit on this. This is a really long drawn out case. We can put this a little bit on the back burner, so to speak, right? They're handling and taking evidence. And you've got the guy who manages everything. Very boring job. out, and then you got the guy who's living a life in case, making end scripts and living off of Red Bulls and monsters. So this is like a more of a traditional lab setup, right? Nowadays, we're moving towards the sort of weird hybrid model, right? So you still got the traditional staff on your right. You've still got a little bit of that stack. You've got your imaging people, you've got the lab manager. But now you've got this new DevOps, or this DevSecOps role. Now we're moving into a world where, keep on mentioning cloud and stuff, right? You're going to need to automate things to make sure everything can go well, right? So automate backups, like it's on and so forth, right? You've got the consultants and stuff. So we're moving more to this hybrid role, right? Archival and data retention. There's always a couple of things to think about with the archival data retention, right? You've got what your style says, you've got what the client council wants, you've got what your legal department wants, maybe for audits or something specify legal retention time. Maybe you need 90 days of retention, but you don't have the capacity to do 90 days of retention, so you gotta figure out something for that. And so forth. So there's a ton of factors that play into how long you keep your data, how you keep it for, how long you keep it for, why you keep it, right? Maybe you've got a case that's going through court right now, and I've got like a 5-year thing. Okay, now that needs to go on ice, right? It needs to go on tape. If you've got something that's like 90 days and you want to stand for a bit and offload it to warm storage, whatever. So different ways to skin that cat. I mentioned automating things. When you get to a point where you've got people remoting in, you don't have the capacity to fly workstation for everyone, right? Obviously, it's stupid to spend that much money. You might not just have enough space, but you're going to start automating things, right? So it's hard to mention this, but you're going to have to use Jira and your Confluence and whatever to set things up, right? You can have people ping me one thing just like, hey, something broke, file a ticket, something lab you can get on it, so on and so forth. You might have self-service support, those password resets, which maybe not the best for a lab, but that is a thing, or self-service portal for spinning up resources. I think the next slide is more so about that. Automation for your friendly VMs and your trash tooling. So, especially on the IR side, you're going to want to be deploying like, hey, cyber FFC, whatever, that all needs to be automated, right? Either through you or the client, or the ingestion of that data needs to be automated, right? You can't have someone checking every 10 minutes on a random FTP server. Okay, we've got like 10 new blocks pulled down. That stuff needs to be automated and pulled into a processing stack. Skinning up a little bit, I'm sure a long time. But the virtual structure, right? Like I mentioned, you can't just keep on buying boxes. At some point, you're gonna have to move to something, right? If it's a VMware or OpenShift or what have you. I know a lot of acquisitions happen, so I know a lot of works are actually going away from VMware and looking towards something like OpenShift or dare I say Boxbox. That's the thing, unfortunately. If you've got money, AWS, Azure, GCP, I was going to say that's probably not the best idea for sort of stuff. Maybe run into VMware Horizon, right? Maybe people log into VC or then go over to VM. Doesn't work. Maybe you just need people to remote into desktops, right? We may go to that point. So these are all options. So when you can't just keep on buying boxes from people. We got 5 minutes left. So I think that pretty much wraps it up. I don't know if anyone has any questions. If not, I'm going to get some comments. Yeah, so this one specifically is all for line stuff, which are going to need to be ISO compliant. The other one is from like 2009. So it's not being most updated, but it still has a lot of things about setting up your office space. The main thing really is your limited budget. The main thing that's going to be yeah, this and the cluster, right? Like the whole point of the lab is the whole point of the lab is to make sure the evidence isn't tainted, and then the second thing to do is make sure like no one taints it or no one can get it
there we go. Got a question from Discord. Leading forensic workstation software, and do any open source providers have solutions for smaller use cases?
So software-wise, the big companies, we've got Axiom, NCase, Xways. I'm struggling to think of anything else, right? Those are the three big ones. But on the free end, you got Autopsy. So Autopsy, the SleuthKit is a great piece of free software by it's basis technology, and so that's a really great piece of software if you don't have any budget. I mean, we still use it like next Xways and Axiom. We still have Autopsy on the hosts. So Autopsy TSA is really great. I don't recall offhand if they do mobile forensics, but they've got you for like normal standard forensics. Excuse me. And there's also free toolkits if you're looking at like easy tools and a couple of other things up there too. I'm hungry, so I don't mind if you guys are picking out food. I think yeah. I think
Security incident and event monitoring. I'm not sure how you pronounce SIM, so I just have to go for the whole thing. So thank you, sincerely. I appreciate what you do. I know. Yeah, be careful of the doorstop. Just pulling up a projector. In any case, yeah, thank you. Thank you for that indulgence. This is a weird community. Look out around the room. What a diverse group of folk. That's exceptionally cool, especially the young people that are here today, which is new and unique. A lot of fun to talk to them. To our topic at hand. Your enemy will not attack you where you're strongest. Your enemy will not attack you where you're strongest. Who believes you have enemies? We wouldn't be doing what we're doing otherwise, right? So today I would like to just happened. And seriously, that is an advantage in many ways in dealing with cybersecurity. We accomplish as soon as possible to improve your security posture. Couple additional things you need to know about me. My boss likes to refer to me as a recovering pen tester. The fact of the matter is I have yet to recover, so that also flavors my perspective. Lastly, everything I'm about to tell you is based on real-world first-hand experience. These are things I have stepped through in the last couple years of my professional life. So everything is real, everything is true, everything is firsthand. I cannot speak necessarily to the statistical validity of my personal experience, but I can speak to the validity. This all actually happened, and everything I'm about to share with you is real and from my experience. I've responded to somewhere around 18, 20. I've been the tactical lead on somewhere around 18 to 20 significant incidents in the last year. That feels like a lot. Sounds like a small number. With me, I also really hate talking to myself. So even if you're not listening, just go like this once in a while. It makes me feel better. And if you think I said something that I think was funny, just go ahead and laugh. Before we jump in, one more caveat. Every talk that anyone gives here is built on a handful of presuppositions. Once again, I want to stare those in the face and just be honest with you about my approach. Please don't be insulted and offended. I work with a lot of people in your positions, in your roles. It's always good when somebody leads with, please don't be offended. In many instances, I feel like we focus on the wrong things at the wrong time. And once again, from a tactical perspective, after the stuff hits the fan, things become really clear. What's important right here and right now becomes really clear. So my challenge today is to disrupt your paradigm just a little bit, to get you to maybe shift your focus a tiny. So the hyperbolic component of this is I am going to use some outliers. I'm not going to exaggerate beyond the truth, but I am going to draw on outliers, on extreme examples to say to you, this is significant. The second piece is you overcomplicate everything. Unfortunately, that wasn't a joke, but I appreciate it. You do. And I mean you in the general sense. I do too. I think that's part of what makes us good at cybersecurity. That's part of what makes us drawn to this. So I'm going to work really hard to keep things simple. And I think it's important that you recognize that propensity. Maybe that is not your propensity, but it is mine, and it is my experience that is our general propensity. Lastly, I'm going to generalize. Your business is a snowflake. It just is. Every business is extremely unique. At the same time, every snowflake has a lot in common. So I'm going to focus on those commonalities, and I'm going to expect you, if you're willing, to then take this information and apply it to your snowflake. You're still mighty quiet. So why are we here? Why are we talking about this now? I know it's not obvious, but I'm old. And I've literally been through these conversations. This is an oversimplified, partially accurate history of cybersecurity from the way I see it and experience it. It wasn't that long ago where we thought firewalls were optional. Anybody old enough to remember that? You don't have to raise your hand. I see some of you. For real. I remember the first time I installed antivirus. No offense against Symantec, but it broke everything. Patching. Applying critical security updates used to be just kind of, well, we should probably do that. My point here is that we are legitimately making progress. I'm glad we're having this conversation right here and right now. If you don't have a firewall, then just get up and leave right now. If you're not doing some of these currently due issues of concern, at the same time, I'm glad we're here to talk today about an IoT or unmanaged system strategy. That's progress to me. Are you with me? I want to remind you that the Internet of Things is not new. It is not new. It is, however, growing. Carnegie Mellon, circa 1982, first Internet of Things. Been around for a long, long time. Been a concern and or a problem for a long, long time. And I, again, throw up somewhat of a hyperbolic use case. This is real. We engaged with the hospital organization in this past year. And one of the things we do is do an asset inventory. We do a discovery. What is in your environment? Kind of an important question when you're in the middle of really bad things happening throughout your environment. So one of the things we do is try and get visibility quickly, accurately, and actively. And this is, again, a real-world scenario with a moderate-sized hospital. They had about 5,000 to 6,000 overall hosts. And doing active asset enumeration in that environment, as you can see, it had a lot of Windows systems, a tiny smidgen of Linux systems, and then other. The mathematicians among you will note that other and printers and cameras was more than 50% of the active systems in their environment. That is huge. Everyone was blown away, including me, honestly. Again, healthcare is weird. Anybody involved in healthcare? I'm sorry. Commiserate later. A lot of my examples come from healthcare. I love working in the healthcare space because it feels altruistic. It's the opportunity to help people for real. But it's also a gigantic mess. In any case, this is huge. This may be somewhat atypical, but every single business. I will show you a, I hope not terribly exposing, screenshot of asset discovery on my home network. The percentages are about on par. I have a few Windows systems, and then all these other things. Like, wait, the light bulb is attached to the network? Before we talk about what I mean by unmanaged, let's talk about managed. And then remember this slide. Remember the 43 to 50%. That's huge. This is important. This is not peripheral. This is important. This is half of the network environment. You say to people manage systems, and they go, yeah, I know what you mean. They're part of our security stack. Hopefully you go through this process. Hopefully you're involved in security review before purchase. I hope. Maybe not, but hopefully you are. Hopefully as a normal part of procurement and implementation, you go through asset tracking and you go through change management. And as part of that process, the previously recurring steps, you harden the operating system, you change out default grids, you apply patches. You implement and incorporate into your management systems, your detection and prevention systems. You incorporate visibility, centralized authentication, all the things, all the stuff. This is important. You're doing all of this, right? Yeah, you probably are, for the most part. Exceptions to every rule, but this is your security stack. Before I further define unmanaged, I want to tell you a quick story about the importance of words. Talk about semantics ever so briefly. Not semantic, semantics. It's hard to enunciate. In any case, words. I was engaged in a clinical environment not that long ago. Okay, maybe it was a long time ago. We were talking about WannaCry, so it's been a few years. But this is a big deal, specifically in healthcare. And talk about the quintessential unmanaged systems. We're talking about everything in a hospital is plugged into the network. And thank you, FDA. It's probably not patched, and it probably doesn't have AV, and it's probably running Windows XP, and it sucks to be you. In any case, I digress. I'm engaged with clinical IT and biomed. I feel really bad for those people. They actually have to use technology and intersect with actual human beings. And in most cases, they're trying to help those people. Sometimes it's life and death. How do you like to rely on your Windows XP machine in a life and death situation? They quit. So I'm talking to them about this awful thing called ransomware. And as naive as I was at the time, I may have mentioned unauthenticated row code execution. and wondered why they all looked at me like. I went on eloquently to describe the value of this new cool thing called EDR. It's endpoint detection and response. It's unprecedented visibility into running process and memory. Can I please install it on all of your clinical workstations? I kid you not, they literally accused me of trying to kill people. You are endangering the lives of our patients. Whoa. Did not see that one coming. I responded with poise and professionalism and said, how dare you accuse me of trying to kill people? And then it evolved from there. I met with my boss not long after. Great guy, super wise. He had this way of looking at you like, you're really good. You didn't have to say anything. It was like, yeah, I did. He said to me, maybe you want to use different words next time. I think I may have been a little offended at that point. EDR is EDR. I mean, RCE, remote code execution. Come on, everybody knows that, right? The next month, 30 days later, 30, work with me here. 30 days later, I met with that exact same group of people. And I slowly simmered down and listened to the advice of my boss, and I walked into that same meeting and said, would it be okay if we installed our next-gen antivirus? And they said, sure. They knew what antivirus was. They had it on their own PCs. We discovered not long after that the clinical IT of biomed, some of the biomed people who are technical were downloading AVG free and installing on the Windows XP machines because they thought that would probably be a good idea. My overarching point again is the words that you choose and use are important. And once again, as a tactician, I am concerned about the outcome when I get over having hurt feelings. So I don't care what you call them. I have had significant debate with multiple CISOs about the words on this slide. I don't care. You shouldn't either. Not important. What is important is two things. Unmanaged systems. Don't ask me why I put systems first, because it is the second word. So what? Systems is simple. It's on a network, and it's running an operating system. You with me? Straight up. The unmanaged piece just means it falls outside of the scope of your security stack. Some, all, I don't know. Again, I don't care. Is it exposed? Is it plugged into the network, and is it running an operating system? Then in my perspective, that is an unmanaged system. We're going to talk with a little more granularity about what I mean and how we approach that momentarily. Once again, I want you to know that this is real, that I'm just not up here spouting hyperbolic. This is real stuff. And so, get real, number 1, 2, and 3. I have 3 interjections in here that are in real-world exposés into what I have experienced this past year. And this one in particular was rough. This is one of the most challenging investigations I have ever been involved in. Not least of which because they'd engaged an alternate IR firm. They should have called us first. No, I'm just kidding. They were a very capable firm. They were just overwhelmed. It was a global enterprise. They had physical locations all over the world, dozens of countries, hundreds of locations. Bad things happened. They went through the initial containment process, and the threat actors kept coming back. They kept doing things. They kept finding new indicators and new alarms and new alerts. And I roll in because this is just part of my simplified approach. And I want to talk about 2 things right out of the gate. I want to talk about egress, outbound internet, and I want to talk about authentication in an IR perspective. Because if we can take control of those 2 things, we have a fighting chance containing the threat actor, catching our breath, evicting, and winning the day. So I'm new to the conversation. They've been working on this for a while. I come in and say, let's talk about egress and authentication. And I legitimately think sometimes like, well, that's too simple. That's fine. Humor me. And then we start talking about egress, and we realize, okay, this is an impossibility. They have distributed internet in hundreds of places around the world with no centralized management paper. Let's forget egress for just a minute. How about authentication? And they say, well, we've already reset all passwords. All of them. Yep. I'm talking to very capable folk. I'm talking to very intelligent security professionals engineers. These are world-class people. This is not mom and pop store around the corner. You reset all of the passwords. Yep. No, they didn't. So what we found after monumental manual analysis, there's a final iteration right there, was that the threat actors, they had reset all Active Directory passwords. Sweet. That's a really good start. Is everything in your environment Active Directory integrated? Yes. So the threat actor popped default creds on a bunch of NAS devices, all of course, handsomely running Linux in the background, and had a heyday. They moved laterally throughout that environment. I suspect admin, or something along those lines. I don't actually know. It didn't have that visibility. It was brutal. They literally had to go one by one throughout this distributed enterprise and manually enumerate all of these NAS devices. And where else did they go? To this day, I'm not sure. Because they had no visibility, no way to manage credentials. Big deal. This is one of those paradigm shifters. If you're not familiar with the idea of inattentional blindness, you are now. That means looking at the wrong thing. And if you're a human being, which I think most of you are, Ferrari's an exception, you're focusing on the darn near straight that you've drawn. You're focusing on your cards, and if you're not careful, you don't notice something's wrong with the 4. And when I roll into an investigation, that last example was pretty normal. I say, tell me about your environment. And what do they tell me? They tell me about their managed systems. They tell me about the application of their security stack. And they're very proud of it. And I'm glad for them. And then they often completely neglect all the other things. So it's really important. You remember this slide. I put it in twice, just for fun. This is a big deal. This is not a tiny portion of your environment. It's not a side note, especially during healthcare. Unmanaged systems on the network, running an operating system outside of the scope of some or all of your security stack. What are they? Boy, this list could go on and on and on and on. Microcomputers are my favorite amongst them. By the way, although I'm not speaking directly to you InfoSec folks, there's so many opportunities here from a pen test red team perspective. Just keep that in mind moving forward. What are they? Where are they? These are, again, real-world examples. Most of them won't surprise you. You could rattle off this list. It won't surprise you that someone in the dev department plugged in a switch under the desk. Does that shock anyone? No. Will it surprise you that in an enterprise environment and you do an active scan, you find a bunch of Raspberry Pis? Wait, you don't have Raspberry Pis. Yes, you do. They're just rebranded and relabeled and in a cool little box. They're hanging behind the marketing display. Roku's, conference room systems, smart conference room. Yeah, I mean, aquariums, talk about healthcare. The bed is plugged into the network, and I'm not kidding. And then from there, all the things that you all have, from HVAC to physical security systems to who has surveillance cameras. 2% in our lab. That's a good size number for security cameras. Who uses printers? Do you use Lexmark? Sorry, Lexmark. Back to the RCE conversation. If you haven't paid attention to the news. Time clocks, tablets, phones, on, you get it. Lots and lots of stuff. Where are they? I started on the slide. Where aren't they? Because they're all over the place. Quite literally. Above the door, next to the door, under the desk, in people's pockets. Challenge number 1. We now have a thorough understanding of what the heck we're talking about when I say unmanaged systems. What are we going to do about it? Remembering that this is from a tactical perspective. This is stuff that we can do pretty quickly and pretty easily from my perspective. Number 1 is we're going to find them. Asset inventory. Top of your most thrilling list, right? So important. It sounds trite. It sounds sort of lame to say it. If you don't know it's there, you can't protect it. It's the truth. So you got to find this stuff, and you need some sort of active asset enumeration platform. I don't care what you use.
If you're on a really strict budget and you want to use InMap and target specific ports and services, and then do it running InMap with InDiff so you can see what changed from last week, go for it. If you have some budget, there are lots of solutions. I used Run Zero. We use Run Zero. I like it. I don't get commission. I'm just here to say I think it's cool. If you're unfamiliar, it used to be called Rumble. It's possible I'm an HD Moore fanboy, but it's cool. And the reason for this screenshot is to suggest you need this information. You need to be armed with the kind of information on this screen. Can you read that? Okay, well, I'll read it to you. The IPv6 address. We're going to talk about some additional strategies that are all predicated on knowing it's there and knowing, at least to a certain extent, what is it. And so we want to know things like IP address, host name, operating system. Run Zero will help us go a little further and list out supported protocols, services, which helps a bunch, especially if you don't know exactly what it is. Again, full-featured inventory. There's some statistical analysis, and we'll even give you reporting on end-of-life operating systems. Yeah, I think it's cool. You don't have to use this tool, but you need to use a tool that you can run on a regular basis for consistent visibility, because when did the dev plug the switch in under his desk? Today and tomorrow. So number one is we got to find it. Again, I don't care what tool you use, but you need an active asset inventory. Armed with that information, we'll talk about some additional steps. But of course, one more get real story number two. Yeah, I'm in healthcare again. Spent a lot of time in healthcare. It's ripe for the picking. We're actually doing some enumeration of a Windows workstation subnet. And in that Windows workstation subnet, we see a bunch of systems listening on port 22, port 80, and 443. Okay? My curiosity is piqued. That does not sound like a Windows workstation to me. Could be anymore. 22 may be listening on Windows, but we do a little additional enumeration. We discovered that these are Linux-based label printers. Medical label printers. Do you know what's on a medical label? Everything. MRN, name, address, sometimes date of birth, and social security number. It's the motherlode. We are there. We're trying to see if we can enumerate protected health information for this hospital. And the unique component in this environment is that they have a badass security staff. This is a hard place to do pen test red team. They've got it all, from Active Directory authenticated secure proxy to segmented network to on and on. They check all the boxes. In fact, they have multiple endpoint protection layers on each endpoint, and it's impressive. They've worked really hard. And in this environment, we're trying to simulate exfiltration of PHI, and we're thinking about how are we going to get onto these boxes, and how are we going to avoid EDR in conjunction with AV. They've actually done a masterful job of having them work together, which is hard to do. 2 layers on the endpoint. And I will tell you, again, OffSec folks, the most consistent way I have found to work around customer security stack is to operate where it's not installed. So we get on that box, it turns out it's BusyBox Linux. It has Netcat built in. It has PortScan built in. And in the genius of the medical record printers, they cache copies of all the printer labels for an indeterminate period of time. We use our lead hacking skills, query DNS, and find 7,800 more. Because, of course, they're named P1234. So we hang out on those boxes for just a short period of time. It's a high-velocity hospital system, and each of those systems has 50 to 100 pieces of discrete PHI every single day, times 500. So we simulate exfiltration of 501 of those, because 500 usually triggers a reportable incident with our pals at the Department of Health and Human Services. It has full, unauthenticated, unfiltered outbound internet access, because somebody somewhere needed to patch those printers at some point in time, so they poked a hole through the proxy. Thank you very much. much. That was a good day and a bad day all at the same time. Again, another quintessential example of an unmanaged system sitting within an impenetrable forest in many ways and shapes. More to the point, it held the keys to the kingdom. Did you hear me say I got domain admin in that last story? Who cares? We were there to exfiltrate PHI. Step number 2. Once you do active asset inventory and you've learned what you can, you've identified these devices, then your next opportunity, from my perspective, is prioritization. What are they? And the primary criteria for me is the sensitivity of the data and the functionality of the device. We were looking at some network, we were talking about some network attached devices yesterday that connect via IR port. It uses a proprietary protocol and it contains numeric statistical data. I don't care. Bottom of the priority list. That is not important to me. Versus printer that actually houses multiple pieces of very sensitive and also business critical. This was an important function for that business to operate. These are not just average. For no reason. So divide and conquer. Develop criteria based on your snowflake, and then build out a tiering system. If you have not done this for other systems, you should. Tier 0, your most critical. Onto whatever works for your environment. Well, you can't boil the ocean. I hate that phrase. Why did I even say that? But you can, right? You need to divide and conquer. You need to strategize and decide what you're going to work on first. What's most important to your business? I don't know that. Again, I would suggest that you evaluate the nature of information, nature of data on those systems, and also the functionality. Again, the NAS was exceptionally functional. It had a darn near full-fledged Linux kernel right out of the gate. So what could they do with that? Anything they wanted. Versus, again, my previous example, that all it did was metrics. Cut it out with the stupid creds. The busy box printer. Anybody want to guess? Username was admin. The password was? Anybody? Can you believe they didn't even have the common decency to spell out password? It was pass. Ironically, I almost missed it. They're like, are you kidding me right now? Admin and pass. Thank you very much. Netcat, away we go. So, again, to me, priority 1, the only reason the threat actors bounced in my last scenario is because of ease of access. They were not wielding remote code execution vulnerabilities against the NAS devices. They weren't. It was unlikely to be an issue in the first place, but why bother? What's the point of remote code execution vulnerability? To gain shell? Well, it's to admin and pass. How sweet is that? And who picks up on that? That's normal. So no more stupid creds. That's the technical term. And it doesn't have to be masterful. Again, tactically speaking, art of the possible. Change it to admin and then the freaking MAC address or the something. I don't care. Use the same password for all of them. That would be way better than admin and pass. And that's not the highest ideal, but it would be way better. At least make them work for it. So there you go. They'll be just like, this is way too easy and too obvious. And no, it's healthcare. Additionally, there are lots of tools and solutions. The minute this gets on your priority list, and let's just say you're like that hospital environment, and you do an asset discovery, and you go, ooh, 50%, then things should change for you. Your budget should change. Your conversation with your boss's boss should change, and then you have lots of options. Maybe there are things you're unfamiliar with, but that's okay. There are lots of management solutions that can help you with this problem. Most of those are free. How many cameras do you have in your environment? Are they accessed? It's very common. There's a free management solution that nobody uses. I'm trying to think of a time I was unable to log into an access video surveillance camera. No, can't think of one. because they go with defaults. Super simple, centralized solution. That's just one example. I'm sure you've heard of WebJet admin. It's been around for as long as Ferrari. It's old. Lots of different options. So you have choices. You just need to make these things a priority. Again, in my humble opinion, not all of these are free. Incidentally, you might need to spend some money. It might be worth it. Sometimes the free versions are funky, bougie, but authentication, you need to fix that. In this particular instance, this is back in the glory days when we actually did on-site physical evaluations. So we visit this facility. It's a large enterprise physical location. This is not quite to scale, but a real-world drawing of the situation. They have a public access entry, and right inside the door, thank you very much, there's a Windows kiosk. You'll note that it is in proximity to security, but security is around the corner. So you could sit at this kiosk, well, all day, according to my research, and do what you felt like. It was actually a vendor management system. So if you walked in the door and you were a salesperson, cool idea. You sit down at this machine, you log in, you make an account, you print up your own badge, stick it on your shirt, you walk to security, they let you in. That sounds handy. This is, again, the quintessential example of a partially managed system, and it's not good. So I sit down again with my super elite hacking skills, and I boot into safe mode. Never heard of that one, have you? And bounce out of kiosk mode, and find that it is domain joined. I'm smart enough to note that the vendors are not putting in a credential every time that system boots. I use, once again, my elite hacking skills and run a reg query against the registry looking for passwords, and that's the easiest way to do an auto login system. Password is plain text in the registry. So now I have a domain account. I'm sitting in the foyer. I started to call this making friends on Friday in the foyer, but that was too hard to say repeatedly. I'm literally there on a Friday afternoon, and my first thought is, man, I'm gonna get caught. You know, it takes some time to get to the safe mode. It takes some time to do reg query. It takes some time to begin to enumerate the network, and I'm enumerating the network. I'm looking for cool stuff like open file shares and FTP servers, and I'm scrambling because someone's going to be mad at me. It's Friday afternoon, everybody's happy. They're all in such a good mood. I make so many friends that day. Hey, Bill! Bill didn't realize he had his name tag on, so I'm like, hey, Mike. It's a social experiment in addition to a technical experiment. I found temporary, anything with the name temporary in it is my favorite test for temporary, because it may very well be an unmanaged system by accident. So we actually, shortly thereafter, discovered an temporary HR file repository that had 17,000 W-2s for all employees. I'm sitting outside of the secure physical area. I'm sitting in a kiosk that's intentionally provisioned, attached to the domain with a standard domain user account, and I have the social security number for every employee in the organization. Side note, when I shared that with security, it's like, put it on the list. Wait for it, this is beautiful. I'm like, okay, man. I turned to walk away, he goes, wait. Is my social in there? I'm like, it went higher on the list. I'll always cherish that moment. The moral to that story is segmentation is really, really cool. No segmentation, we're all going down. There was no segmentation. That was a tough one. They were actually trying to be partially managed, and they joined into the domain so that they could apply patches. Oh, God bless them for trying. And really what they did is sort of create a minimal exposure. The worst part, total side note, it was no longer in production. It was deprecated. When we actually contacted the security department about the vendor kiosks, they're like, we don't use those anymore. You need to deprecate them faster. So segmentation, this won't surprise you. And if we're going to be real, micro-segmentation is the coolest and it's impossible. Okay, I'm being a little hyperbolic there, but only a little. In our perfect world, we segment the holy heck out of everything, and that's awesome. When are you going to get it done? speaking from personal experience in multiple large enterprises, specifically healthcare, approximately never. So let's get real. Let's talk about macro segmentation. And that is, if you can do nothing other than bisect your entire environment in block 445, you should do it. Do you need 445 access to your security cameras? And yes, I'm yelling at you. Do you? Do you need FTP access to your biomedical systems? I don't know, but probably no. And what I'm suggesting again is that you do something. You take decisive action. I don't know exactly what's applicable in your environment, but I put them in priority of evil ports on this slide, just for a cheat sheet. We all know full well SMB stands for shell my box, right? If you've got to start somewhere, start there. 3389 for RDP, 22 for SSH. Why on earth would you be using FTP? Stop it. Once again, macro segmentation. Just do something. Huge impact. I have done this in highly complicated, specific healthcare environments and we block 445 to all biomed. Yes. Huge. 24 hours. Done. Does it replace microsegmentation? No. You should still work towards that as an outcome, as a goal. But do something. And this can be huge. Almost done. Step number A. Yes, I did that first. I don't know where this fits. This is a hard one. Ideally, you're engaged in the process of system evaluation and implementation before somebody signs the PO. That is hard. You're not going to do that tomorrow. This is a strategic departure for me. I apologize in advance. But you should start this conversation. If you're not doing this now, you need to be involved from a security perspective before somebody cuts a check. And you lose all leverage. Because managing vendor-managed systems is tough. Managing anything that you did not build and grow in-house can be hard. So, now early is the time. Get in on the conversation, develop a list of security requirements before anybody can cut a PO. You're going to have to be flexible, especially in healthcare. I have gone toe-to-toe multiple times with Fuji, Philips, GE. Guess how many times I won? No. However, we can come up with accommodations. We can come up with literally things like blocking 445 to those services. Blocking RDP. It's minimal, but it's something. I might get that early. Or not, I might tell some more stories. In any case, have a plan. Have a pre-purchase plan. It just might not work sometimes. Getting yourself tuned into the sales process is not easy. Again, that's why step A. Put this one on the back burner. Hand this to the folks who like to do this stuff. This is a GRC, a fantastic GRC conversation. Write a policy. Somebody needs to write a policy. Will it work most of the time? No. But if it works a quarter of the time, then it's a win. Last bullet on this is be flexible. Don't run out of the room by saying, we will not buy GE. We don't need no stinking MRIs. That won't go well. So be flexible. Have some alternate solutions, some in between, some hybridization that says, well, what if, could we just do this? Last and certainly not least, think about how these things are incorporated into your active incident response plan, please. Do you have visibility into this stuff? If you have a really bad day, like the global enterprise we talked about just a few minutes ago, and the threat actors are to pivot to your unmanaged systems, what are you going to do about it? Should this stuff be incorporated into your SIM, security, whatever, you know what I mean? At least have a plan. Think it through. The middle of the storm is the wrong time to do that. You know that. This doesn't have to be super complicated, super detailed. In fact, I hate a super complicated, super detailed IR plan, and so do you. But think about it. How are you going to gain any visibility? And maybe it's just preparing some scripts. The ultimate win in the previous story was some very basic bash scripts that pull bash history from all of those NAS devices and allow us to go, oh look, this shouldn't be happening. It wasn't, again, super elite, but I wish we'd had them at the outset, because it did take some work to get them to work. The devices in the environment, require authentication, which is minimal, as you might imagine, but so think that stuff through. Hopefully we touched on this sort of tangentially previously, and that is you have some sort of management in place. Some sort of centralized credential management is super huge. It's monumental. It would have been a game changer in my previous examples, and actually, all pretty much that was the overarching theme for every single story I told you. There's some issue with authentication, which is why, again, to me, egress and off, egress and off, egress and off, and each shirt, I think. Because those are super critical when stuff hits the fan. We need to be able to control these. Figure out a way to potentially manage those things sooner rather than later. So, you're going to find an active asset inventory solution. You're going to find this stuff in your network before the bad guys do. Armed with that information, hopefully with a relatively deep level of visibility into that information, you're going to come up with a prioritization matrix to decide what you're going to tackle first, second, third. You're going to figure out a way to eliminate stupid grids. Whether that's manually doing so, literally when I did the engagement for the busy box printer scenario, they couldn't come up with a really great solution. So they legitimately passed about 6 members of the print engineering team who manually changed passwords on all of those devices. I'm sorry. But it took them a day. And that problem was largely mitigated. If you haven't thought about macro segmentation before, you should think about it. And think, again, low barrier entry, possibly significant ROI, especially if you choose your ports and protocols wisely. You're going to start thinking about at least injecting yourself into the vendor management purchasing process. Start writing a policy, engaging in that conversation. If you have good vendors, they should be willing to engage in that conversation. Last and definitely not least, you're going to consider how you're going to detect, respond, should bad things happen. Hopefully, by implementing some of these other changes and suggestions, you don't get to this point. But please be prepared. Think about how you're going to gain visibility into these systems. Think about how you might contain, sequester, change off in a hurry should you have to. The end. I think that we have a few minutes for questions, as long as they're easy questions, before the next presentation. I feel like a lot of the same things come into play in terms of distribution and management of those same devices. I think that it's a plausible potential solution. Definitely. I have seen attempts at large-scale implementation on some of those, sort of obfuscating, hide them on the network, and I never saw them come to fruition because of the additional layer of management and complexity, and so I like it, but I haven't seen it really solve the problem.
next speaker is Aftermath, and we're going to be talking about, and the presentation is titled Text Me Bro, Text Message Phishing Honeypot.
Hey, hi everyone. Thank you so much for coming to my talk. I hope everyone's having a great conference so far. Yeah, awesome. So this talk is about an idea that I had about a year ago that I want to call Text Me Bro. And first, a little bit about myself. I'm an industry professional. I do a little bit of threat hunting. I do a little bit of malware analysis. I do tiny little sprinkles of automation on the side. So it's mostly my perspective. For your understanding, it's really coming from a defensive role. I wanted to say that I'm here representing myself, not my employer. Any and all opinions are my own. They're uniquely my own, so if you start agreeing with me, you're doing it wrong. And you should stop that. So yeah, on with the talk. First, you'll notice that there are no slides, which is unfortunate. These are technical difficulties that we can overcome. I like it because I think it's kind of old school and retro, so we're just gonna go right ahead. In lieu of visual aids, I invite you to kind of join me, I guess, in the theater of the mind. If ever my visual presence isn't quite interesting, you feel free to close your eyes and use your imagination, I guess. So I wanted to start at the beginning. The year is 2022, if you can imagine that. Back in July, headline, Twilio hacked by phishing campaign targeting internet companies. Before anyone asks, I know, I'm using them by name. I'm quoting the headline. I promise I'll say nice things about them later. This was, according to various media kind of reports, a sophisticated SMS phishing campaign, which kind of started to get me engaged. And I do my threat hunting dance. I begin looking at what little kind of short links were already out there that describe the SMS phishing campaign, pivoted from those to the phishing domains they're actually hosting kind of the panels. If you were following kind of this breach and this kind of news cycle, this is some of the original Octopus hacks that occurred mid last year. So it seemed interesting because they're kind of targeting Okta and SSO, and they were stealing MFA press, which is not something that I had really seen in a news cycle before. So my engagement kind of went down the road of, well, who else are they targeting? They're targeting Okta, they're targeting SSO, and I started looking at some of the patterns and kind of the domain names and kind of enumerating what other targets they might have. All of this was aided, honestly, by the InfoSec community and the IT community, who would post screenshots of some of the more interesting SMS phish texts that they were getting on Twitter. So I found that extremely helpful, but I noted to myself, this is an area in which I, as an analyst, as a threat intel researcher, don't necessarily have a lot of great sensors. I don't have an ability to say what domains are being targeted by SMS phishing today. Domains are kind of out there. Who's being targeted? What numbers are kind of specifically under threat? So that kind of got my thoughts churning about it. Of course, as you know, the original Octopus breaches didn't stop there. There's fairly sophisticated after breach steps where they control various failing application accounts and use that to further breach clients on the web. So it's pretty severe in terms of impact. In terms of sophistication, maybe not so much. Yeah. So because primarily on Twitter, I looked into kind of why this was more of a problem. Compared to, say, email, there's kind of a long list of different defensive measures that kind of already exist. There's there's a widely known kind of defense in debt kind of framework around email phishing, why is there not kind of the same thing around SMS? And it's kind of a difficult problem because the determination of who gets delivered what messages is kind of controlled by telecoms. It's controlled by IP VoIP providers. And there maybe isn't as much ability for us to gain wide-ranging information as interested public parties into what's being really sent over an SMS network. So I don't particularly like the threat, the metaphor of Swiss cheese. In my view, Swiss cheese is probably one of the worst cheeses. But if you think about this in terms of that, you have many different layers of Swiss cheese and kind of an email attack chain. And you have maybe 2 or 3 different layers of Swiss cheese when you're thinking about SMS. Coupled with the fact that SMS goes kind of directly to the person or the victim of the attack, like your employee, whoever, your user. It doesn't go through an intermediate layer where an enterprise can step in and say, no, this is definitely malicious. We're going to kick this out of the stream and kind of not show it to you. So those are what I think of as like kind of great filters. Gmail and Microsoft would be great ones to point to and say, look, they just take the phishing emails out of the inbox. It doesn't really appear in that fashion. You don't have the same benefit, in my view, with SMS, because they go direct to a consumer device. If you have a system admin who may have access to internal corporate systems via their phone, it becomes kind of a large problem because that SMS goes to the phone. And it bypasses many of the corporate protections you might otherwise see on an email attachment. So my view on this is perhaps we can look at this. I say it's different from email, it's a little bit more difficult, and it is, and we'll get into kind of the challenges of that. But in my view, an SMS honeypot would be able to accept text messages to specific phone numbers, parse out kind of domain names or any tactical indicators that might be there, and throw those into your particular threat hunting system, whatever that may be. In my case, I would definitely enumerate different domains associated with IP address. I would look at redirects, I would look at perhaps open directories, and try and get an idea of what brand is being targeted and whether or not the target list includes my employees or my customers. So what I did was set up over the course of the weekend a account with Twilio, and thankfully they're able to lease me a few different phone numbers, which I've been kind of listening to and toying around with as I kind of build this system out. If you would like to text one of these numbers and kind of assist me with data gathering, you can absolutely text 970-3299 to 883, and that should go to an SMS honeypot. That should parse out URL or a domain name and throw it to URL scan. One of the key problems with a honeypot in kind of thinking about SMS, there are approximately 400 million assignable numbers in just kind of the US market. Not all of those apparently are used. So one of the biggest problems is that threat actors can't really do spray and pray in kind of the SMS space, like they would do, for example, scanning for exploits, that sort of thing. They would pop up on honeypots that are looking for that kind of activity. But in terms of SMS, spraying and praying will very, very quickly get you identified by the telecom networks whose network you're abusing, and probably shut down fairly quickly. So threat actors have to be a lot more targeted about where those potential phishing SMS messages are going to. And that kind of implies a difficulty for a defender who wants to run an SMS honeypot. And I call that problem enticing or eliciting. For the first long while of trying to just run a number from Twilio, I got nothing until I found out that, well, they actually age their numbers until they're satisfied that no fraudulent messages are being passed to that number. So that's very useful if you're not intending to use this to receive malicious messages, but that's actually kind of what we wanted in this project. So the idea was that I need to elicit or entice threat actors kind of send me malicious text messages, just kind of in order to get things rolling. I came up with kind of several ideas of how to do that. And I'll talk about them a little bit right now. The first would be direct solicitation, which I've already done in this talk by inviting you to kind of send me text messages. How many of you maybe have a defensive socket at your place of work that has a number for kind of this purpose? Hey, if you get a phishing message on your phone, kind of send it to us. Does anybody, is that kind of, yeah. How many of you have sent a message to that SOC number? So in my view, it kind of helps to have a more proactive approach in terms of generating malicious kind of activity towards these numbers. And I thought of kind of ways that you might do that, that I think kind of takes what are typically privacy recommendations or OSINT recommendations and turns them on their head a little bit. In this case, you want to expose phone numbers that are designed to be captured by scrapers, or you want to kind of expose a sensitive phone number and PUA's information. Maybe you want a exposed database that includes a list of kind of employees. I'm using air quotes, not that you would actually publish a list of your employees. We all understand that, right? I'm using air quotes to say you can generate fake information that includes your honeypot SMS numbers, and thereby maybe get some more interesting traffic in that way. You can also elicit it by doing things that are just generally against privacy recommendations, things like signing up to win a free car at the mall, or you know, filling out magazine subscriptions, et cetera, et cetera. So those are all options as well. It's not clear how every threat actor gets access to kind of telephone and personal information that they use to target SMS phishing campaigns, but a lot of it can be traced back to more marketing, which are generic, legitimate marketing activities. Unfortunately, there seems to be kind of a porous surface between those data sets and the threat actor activity. But probably a more substantial aspect of how threat actors acquire this targeting information is what we call the dark web. I'm sure we're all familiar with various hacker forums and kind of the breaches and leaks sections of those forums, where threat actors will hack into websites illegally, attempt to publish personal information to the forum for the benefit of themselves, to gain notoriety, etc. And that seems to be kind of a major vector for kind of obtaining these numbers for threat actors. And this is where we kind of have to talk about ethics of kind of running honeypots and enticing and eliciting activity to the honeypot. Obviously, I'm not a lawyer, and I would never recommend that anyone here break the law, certainly ever. But it is kind of an interesting thought experiment to say, well, what if I were to generate some fake data and propose it as a leak to these forums and say, yes, these 7 people definitely own cryptocurrency accounts in excess of $1 million. Here are their phone numbers. I think that that would be an interesting tactic to elicit some level of malicious activity towards those phone numbers. It might not be phishing text messages, but it might include other kind of more sophisticated attacks as well. So your mileage may vary on that one. Obviously, you would never want to expose personal information of anyone, even if that's already public information on these forums, to kind of enhance the legitimacy of your fake leak, essentially. So that's something to be very careful about when you're working through these problems. I know it says in your program kind of the developed SMS honeypot. I was really able to kind of knock out 90% of about what I wanted as far as receiving text messages over about a weekend. But that said, it's not quite in place where I would feel comfortable like demoing it or giving away that code just yet. Apologies on that. We'll just have to take a rain check. Yeah. And with that, that's all the material I have lined up. Does anybody want to ask questions? Oh, absolutely. I would love to. That is 970-329-9283. I promise that I will anonymize any from numbers and information that Twilio kind of presents to me. I can't make that promise on behalf of Twilio, unfortunately. But in any future research or data sets, I will absolutely be deleting that information. So if you, for example, were to text that number, I'm not publishing the number that it comes from, et cetera. Yeah. Certainly.
The second most aggravating part of that, if I see that a phone SMS on that phone, there's literally zero that nobody can it's essentially what it's supposed to be. And I haven't yet provided any access that
Sure. Certainly. Yeah. So the first question, well, there's nothing super helpful like Fish Tank. I did want to mention that there is actually an SEC and industry group where you can forward any malicious text messages that you might get. That is, sir. Yes, I agree. I want them to publish the data that they're getting. I think that would be fantastic. And since it's a public kind of partnership, I feel like that should be an easy ask. But if you forward spam text messages to the number spam 7726, maybe something magic happens. But like you said, yeah, they don't share that data, and it's yeah, it's aggravating. But I had it in my notes, so I appreciate the opportunity to mention it. Oh dear.
that's their problem.
And the second part, as you mentioned, yeah, limited layers of kind of protection for you in terms of SMS. One of those things that you could do is install a service, an app. Truecaller kind of came up, but I'm in no way like endorsing that particular service. That will kind of supposedly index the numbers that call you or text you. Of course, you have to give them access to kind of this information on your phone, which is maybe a non-starter for probably most of us. And will supposedly tell you whether or not this number is more or less trustworthy. But your mileage may vary. Caveat emptor, etc.
So you mentioned the discount number, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
We don't have to give them more stuff.
Yeah.
But I guess two questions, almost similar. In your research or any of your discussions, have you ever heard of what was on the what any bit of that is? And kind of the second part is the input is appearing to go to Google, not to and so it's I'm just so curious. I have no answer to your question.
Yeah. Thank you for allowing me to clarify on a few things. So I don't have any internal information as to what goes on at CTIA, FCC around like the spam number, but it is aggravating that it's kind of a black hole for us as threat researchers who get no information back about, did this change something? Are other people being targeted? Do I need to warn my customers this week that there might be increased phishing attacks against them? That kind of thing. So that's kind of very aggravating to me personally. I assume that they're working for everyone's best interest. But I will kind of, yeah, fingers crossed. And I would like to, have my own sensors on that network. I would like to understand what's actually happening rather than trusting their, diligent work. I would also kind of mention, there does seem to be a kind of perverse incentive thing happening as far as SMS and how that's handled. In terms of where does disreputable information or information on reputation of different numbers actually go. Like you mentioned, Google, for email, that's one of the great filters of spam and phishing on the internet right now, is it doesn't go to your mom's Gmail address because Google just recognizes it as spam or phishing, etc., and yanks it out of the queue. So there's some benefit, I think, to the wider ecosystem of that, but I'm equally skeptical of that as I am with any other party. I would prefer to have sensors myself, and I'm sure most of you would feel the same, right? Do we like having equipment that doesn't provide us meaningful diagnostic information? Well, usually not. Oh, yeah. Oh, sorry. Oh gosh, you're really taking that initial, these are my opinions and things, and making that do the maximum amount of work. Yeah, I don't particularly have an opinion. I'd like to just kind of live in the now, and this is kind of the shape of things at the moment, and this is kind of what we have to deal with. So, ideally, this kind of spam information would be more or less public. It'd be a place, I would like it to be a little bit like Fish Tank, where you can kind of go and look these things up so you can get an idea of who's being targeted this week and who we should be concerned about. All right. Well, thank you all so much for coming to my talk. I hope you enjoy the rest of your conference. And thank you so much, of course, to all of the great volunteers and conference staff as well. Thank you.
All right. Last talk of the day, we've got Christian, and presentations and ducks teach us how to share. What hunting, quack, bot, and other threats teach us about CTI.
Hey everybody, I see some familiar faces filtering in the room, so I'll give you guys a moment to get settled. But I'm very excited for this talk. I guess my coworkers were telling me last year my live stream was in this room, so I decided to come out and be here in person for this talk. And yeah, let's get right into it. I just want to get some obligatory stuff about me. I'm involved with a lot of different groups, and I'm really excited to be a part of this community. I encourage you guys to get involved in the community. The ones I wanted to kind of point out that'll be really relevant for this talk are my day job. I work at Grand Canyon Education, data with Grand Canyon University, and the ACTRA organization, if you've heard of that. It's the Arizona Cyber Threat Response Alliance. And that's where a lot of the conversation is going to intersect, is this taking threat intelligence, consuming it. We're going to focus on the quack bot. I got to talk to a lot of people at the conference. I was excited to see a lot of people have some familiarity with it, which is really great. That's one of the reasons I selected this piece of malware. And some disclaimer, my thoughts are my own, some of my opinions are my own. If there's silly opinions that don't age well, they're not reflected on the organization. But it's also not terribly true, because a lot of my team sitting here and a lot of people I work with in ACTRA are sitting up here. So reality is my opinions are my own in this talk, but this is really a culmination of a lot of people's ideas and experiences over several years of trying to do in threat intelligence, sharing and trying to do it well. And so coffee, by the way. A lot of what I'm going to talk about, there's public information about there, so I just wanted to kind of encourage almost everything I'm talking about. I have public resources for if you're kind of curious about it, to dive into the details. We'll get to go through some of the details, which is super exciting. But then if there's anything more interesting or kind of wanting to perform these threat hunts yourself, there's guides actually that I have available to do these hunts in the lab or to do these at your own organization. So if that's interesting to you. Oops. All right. And yeah, it's my Linux. Yeah, I'm probably missing a driver there. Didn't pay Microsoft for the right driver. But anyways, it's christiant.io is just a site that has all those hunts and resources. So, all right, we're back. So the objectives of the agenda, pretty straightforward. We're going to walk through. I want to talk about the definitions that we're going to be using, because there's a lot of different things that people think about when you talk about threat hunting and threat intelligence. So I kind of want to level set the fields and spend some time talking about those terms and what definitions we'll be using for kind of the duration of this talk. And then we're going to go over trying to threat hunt on 0 days with threat intelligence, which is kind of interesting. I'm sure a lot of people are scratching their heads about that one, who do this often. We're going to go into QuackBot, certainly, and we're going to talk about how these threats are kind of adapting both threat hunting and threat intelligence and the implications that they have. Briefly talk about the history of these disciplines in our industry overall, the different tools and frameworks that we have to be able to operationalize those. And then finally wrap it up with how you guys, with every presentation, the goal should be to take action and to affect some sort of change. So whether you're just learning and wanting to contribute to the threat intelligence community, or you're at your own organization, you have some time to spend on threat hunting, but you want to do so effectively and efficiently and have something to show for it at the end of the day, we'll get to talk about those as well. So. Gotcha. Interesting. Well, let me just take a quick moment to see. Well, didn't expect technical difficulties, but we'll see if we can. Hey, that's great. Just hold it there the whole presentation if that's okay. I'm just kidding. All right. So there's two hats that I wear, and I encourage you guys, whatever side of the house you relate to more, or to kind of adopt that mindset and adopt that perspective. But in threat intelligence, there's consuming threat intelligence and creating it. And like I said, through the Actor organization and other organizations that I get to work with many people in the room in, we are trying to generate threat intelligence. We're trying to create something that's actionable and usable for the recipients. And then also, I want to be able to take action and be able to utilize that threat intelligence too. So these are some of the attributes about threat intelligence that we look for to make sure it's useful, make sure it's recent. We don't want to just be spending a bunch of clock cycles or worse, human hours on trying to consume threat intelligence that's either dead, outdated, or already pertaining to a threat that we're already going to be blocking with our automated security controls anyways. So, oops. All right. So the industry's been doing threat intelligence for quite some time, and I think we've gotten really good at identifying what sort of threats are worth spending our time doing threat intelligence on. How we disseminate that intelligence is a little bit difficult. We're gonna, I'm not just talking about lists of IOCs and threat intel feeds. So I wanted to actually talk about what type of threat intelligence and kind of go over what there's more to just threat intelligence than those feeds. This is a really good definition that I liked about threat intelligence. Sorry, let me. All right. Data that's collected, processed, analyzed to understand the threat actors' motives, targets, and attack behaviors. And ultimately, there's a lot of different goals depending on how you're using threat intelligence. Business intelligence analysts can use that to try to quantitate risk. You might want to understand the landscape for your organization, what sort of adversaries you might be facing, what sort of threats you might want to invest in security controls to defend against. You might be looking to triage faster if you're in a SOC. You might be wanting to enrich your incidents to give additional context if you're in a SOC or incident response. So there's a lot of different use cases for this threat intelligence. But what we're looking at, I'm second guessing now, making sure it's up on. But what we're wanting to get into with threat intelligence, really at the end of the day, is this idea of an adversarial intelligence feedback loop, something popularized by Lockheed Martin's publication in 2010 that included the introduction of the kill chain. But there's this idea that with each additional attack in the adversary, we learn more about them, and we use that information and that use intelligence to reduce the likelihood of a material impact to our organization. Because it's fun on the threat research side to just research threats and adversaries for the sake of it. But really what we're wanting to accomplish is to reduce the likelihood that their next attack will be successful. So we can use that threat intelligence to inform our own defenses at our own organizations, or what I get excited about is we can share that threat information with others at other organizations so that they can benefit from our experiences in the past. And a lot of cybersecurity vendors do this for us. There's a lot of really good research companies, a lot of big money involved in this. A lot of us in the room probably consume threat intelligence feeds, but like I said, there's quite a depth and a breadth to threat intelligence. So I don't want to just indicators of attack, indicators of compromise, or something that we know the longevity, the likelihood that they'll be useful for us. They've been diminishing in the industry as adversaries go more ephemeral. So this isn't a new concept to us. We call it the pyramid of pain. It's been used to communicate this idea that some of the intelligence that we gather from attacks that are successful or not successful, there's varying levels of how difficult it is for an adversary to change that, right? So the indicators that we share in these feeds, that's trivial for adversaries to change these days, especially if you're looking at an adversary that uses automated infrastructure or leverages botnets. But wholesale changing your tools, tactics, and procedures, we know that's more difficult, so we like to focus on those. But this is really mature conceptually. It's well understood in our community, but it's really hard to take action on. How do you actually look in your environment for the tools? Well, the tools you might look for signatures, but really when we're talking about the new techniques that an adversary is using, the stuff that They learn something works for them, they're going to keep doing that. How do we actually take that and apply it to our organization in a way that reduces their chances of being successful? So that's what we're gonna go into. And I don't want to be misunderstood. I'm not saying that the IOC is dead or that cyber observables are dead. I think there's a lot of value that I've seen us, like as we're putting on my hat for GC, I've seen getting value out of that. And sometimes when we're producing intelligence, we add those in reports. And it's like, why not? They're cheap, both computationally. They're cheap for humans to be able to produce. We can extract them very easily. It's an easy way to communicate. Humans can read it, they know what they're looking at. Computers can read it, they know what they're looking at. And we have a lot of mature processes around that. So this isn't to say, I have a picture of a GitHub here with QuackBot IOCs that we aggregated in their September surge that we all saw. But those were they're still very ephemeral. And so I don't think we should be abandoning these, but these certainly aren't what we're going to be using today to stop the adversaries that we're afraid of that are bypassing a lot of our existing security controls, because a lot of great vendors consume this stuff and put it out to us very quickly and efficiently. So you just have to consider the timeliness of those threat indicators of compromise if you want to use them effectively. If you're going to be using them for a proactive defensive measure, again, it's computationally cheap, why not? But I think where they hold their value a lot longer is looking at historical searches. And this is where we start to get into this idea of threat hunting and using this data retroactively. So that's a little bit about threat intelligence. What's threat hunting? As we start to look for those lines intersecting, this is kind of the next side of this conversation. The purpose behind threat hunting needs to be something like reducing the likelihood of material impact due to cyber attack. So, and that was kind of a part of the definition I used for threat intelligence too, the value that we want to extract from it, right? And this is a good thing to check your own threat hunting practices against. There are ways, and if you're curious about this, ironically, my talk last year for CactusCon, I went into detail about how you can do this, taking a statistical and somewhat threat intelligence driven approach to performing threat hunting and then measuring that and making sure that we're growing and maturing and not just spinning our wheels to no effect. But threat hunting I think, is best, and it's going to be most efficient when it's informed or driven by something. I think there's a case to be made that we can use the threat intelligence about the evasive threats that we face today. We can use that intelligence to inform the threat hunting that we actually go into our environment and create. But threat hunting in general, just in case, this is a new concept for some, or I think it's kind of a misunderstood concept in the industry a little bit too, and I certainly have learned a lot about it in the last several years. Involves a lot of creativity. It's curiosity driven. It's explorative. It's using your own environment, using telemetry, sometimes that you wouldn't maybe have thought of to use just for cybersecurity data. We're not looking at the detections itself. We're looking at we're looking at telemetry generated by those devices to try to identify attacks that our detections failed to identify in the first place. So hopefully you guys can read that in the back. But this is where threat intelligence and threat hunting, I think, can intersect in a way that's improving the value to both. So this idea of threat intelligence or intelligence-driven threat hunting is kind of where we're getting at. If you have threat intelligence and you employ it in a way that you're intending to protect yourself from attacks that are going to happen in the future, that's threat intelligence-driven defense, perhaps. So again, the Lockheed term, Lockheed Martin, and that's great, and that's a very useful, and that's a great way to employ it. Again, we have integrations, and sometimes that's really easy to do. But to retroactively hunt for events in your environment based off of that intelligence that you received now, because if we think about threat intelligence, how that really comes together, sometimes there's a compromise. They find out several weeks later due to the compromise becoming much more severe, and that escalates to a cybersecurity vendor. They get to learn, oh, hey, there's this new attack that this customer was compromised and we didn't catch it. Let's update our stuff so that we can catch it. And by the time some of this traditional threat intelligence is coming back to us, that threat actor's moved on. Sometimes they've changed some of their tactics, and sometimes they've gotten to that higher level. Maybe they're using vulnerabilities that aren't relevant today. or maybe they're just using ephemeral infrastructure in DigitalOcean or using a botnet, and you're blocking some poor other victim's IP address from being able to communicate to your network. You're not doing anything to actually make progress against the adversary. So I know a lot of people might be getting a little nervous and starting to think, okay, is this guy getting at threat hunting is just looking for IOCs, and that's not the case. It's not bad, I'll say. I'll just throw it out there. If you have a list of IOCs and you're asked, hey, is this in your environment, that's not bad practice, but that's not what we mean when we say threat hunting. And there's great memes about this in our industry, that a lot of people want to make sure that we're making threat hunting something more than just taking a hash dump and seeing if it's ran in our environment. So that's a little bit about threat hunting and threat intelligence. I hope that kind of gives us some common ground for discussing the, we kind of debated about the definitions a lot in the industry. So I hope this gives us common ground so we can talk about the things that I think we should be debating more, which is how the two can be combined maybe. So the problem is that by intentionality of the adversary, by the design, and sometimes again, if you're talking about botnet, by its very nature, threats are becoming more and more elusive and evasive, or at least very ephemeral. Adversaries are obviously attempting to accomplish their evasiveness because they don't want to burn infrastructure unnecessarily. I'm not talking about those IPs that scan you thousands of times a day, but I am talking about organizations like QuackBot, who have access to large, mature, well-grown botnets of tens of thousands of compromised infrastructure that they develop a development and an operational tempo for, that they use in surges so that they can try to get the most out of these compromised devices. Or I'm talking about organizations that stand up their own infrastructure too. Certainly, there's compromises of service, there's pay per install, there's email botnets you can buy services for. If we try to block the IPs and the email addresses and the fake domains or the real compromised domains, that's kind of what we're attempting to do, but we're always going to be behind because someone else has to figure out that, hey, this domain's been compromised, it's malicious, let's block it. We're going to be a little bit behind if we're just trying to rely on that to defend proactively. But what about retroactively? So this is where we go into Log4j, Log4Shell, and again, maybe some people might be, I know I would be kind of like hesitating, trying to hold back, rolling my eyes. It's kind of been a threat that's been talked about to a great extent. And it's kind of funny, you kind of sit through some of these things and you're hearing about Log4j or SolarWinds for the 15th time. But I think it's actually a great subject to introduce this idea because of the nature of the problem, because it's also so well known. And if Log4j isn't something you're familiar with, I highly encourage you to kind of look into it and do some research. Some people are, again, just saying this is the 15th time I've heard about this threat, and other people are their blood pressure is starting to raise. They're like, is Log4j out of my environment still, or is it still something I need to go back into? It was a mess. It messed up a lot of people's holidays. And I was, oh dear, wow. That was worth it. Did anyone else feel like there was a Log4j or SolarWinds event this last Christmas who's been in the industry for a few years? I felt like I was looking on Twitter, we're kind of like halfway through December and nothing happened, and then we go on PTO and it's like always watching your back. But let's just be thankful and celebrate that there wasn't anything that tremendously terrible that we had to deal with this Christmas season. But one of the interesting things, one of the challenges is this threat vector, or this vulnerability, was evolving faster than we as an industry could keep up with. Here's a list, and this is I actually think, and this is just my opinion, not really part of the informative part of the presentation, I think Paul Balto did an admirable job creating signatures to respond to what people were discovering about this vulnerability. We were all discovering it in real time. People were very intelligent researchers, and sometimes bad guys were figuring out ways to abuse it, evade the way we were detecting, and it was just kind of a mess. But this goes to show you there's quite some time in between the first December 12th, December 18th. We had various iterations of signatures because the threat kept evolving. We thought it was just this little string that whenever, that was kind of the vulnerability, was this little string that when it was present, it would allow you remote code execution into an environment and onto servers. And it's kind of like the worst case scenario. It was everywhere. And then people started to realize, oh, well, we can call these environmental variables and we can obfuscate it and we can bypass the detections. And then all of a sudden we're like, hey, people are bypassing our detections, let's update them. And all this whole week, or 2 weeks really, people were trying to keep up with the landscape, and there's no way you can look at this problem and say, okay, just give me an IP list and I'll block those IPs and then I'll be good. Or give me a file hash list of the shells that they're trying to drop. None of those traditional indicators work. Again, there's no problem with trying to figure out who those are and pull them into your environment and maybe statistically reduce your likelihood of being compromised by one of those. That's not a bad thing. But the problem is it certainly wasn't sufficient, and it wasn't sufficient to rely on at the time defenses that we had. So that gets into threat hunting. And this is just a fair warning. The following content has been known to cause anxiety, flashbacks, heartburns, hypertension, rapid aging of anyone involved in information security or IT even during this time. But so here's some strings that some of you may be familiar with. It causes some, oh man, that was so much better when I was setting it up, but let's see if we can get that again. I don't know how that really translated. Okay, well, you get the idea. Anyways, so here's a list. I have compiled a list, and this is on the GitHub too if you're interested labbing this out. This is really cool stuff. It was a great example. It was, so by nature, everywhere that was logging, you're like, am I affected? That was painful, right? But for threat hunters, we're like, it's logged everywhere, and there's so many logs we can look in, and we have these strings, and so it was a great example of something that we can threat hunt. We combined basically this idea of this intelligence coming about on this threat that's emerging in real time, and we said, hey, we know that our vendors, they were doing great, but they weren't keeping up with the threats. We know that attacks got through. How do we figure out where we were compromised? And so we were able to develop this way to combine what we were learning about it with our, 7 weeks or 7 days, 1 month, 30 days of data, 90 days of data, whatever you have, and just be able to apply this intelligence and say, well, let's look for, let's not rely on Palo Alto or other security controls to identify when it's coming in, but let's look for the evidence that would have been generated by this once it did come in. And that way, we were able to find compromises that, again, the vendors might not have known about based off of using these evasive techniques and tactics. So it's kind of a way we weren't relying on our detection prevention capabilities because it wasn't sufficient at the time. This brings us into Quack. I hope that was a kind of helpful, slight introduction. Everyone knows about Log4j, a little bit less popular, but I'm excited. I don't know, is that weird to be excited about malware being popular and successful? But Quackbot's really been interesting to watch, and I'd really encourage you, like the last 6 months, they have also been a similarly constantly evolving threat and posing new challenges, but also interestingly posing new detection opportunities based off of what they've been attempting to accomplish. So a little bit about Mallard Spider, BigBot, Quackbot, Qbot, however you want to say it. They're decade old plus. It's a baking Trojan originally. It used to just steal your credentials. It was actually groundbreaking news back in I don't know, I actually don't know the year, maybe 2013 or 14. They started to go after SAM cache, local credentials, and steal credentials from environments rather than just trying to get your financial info and your banking info. And they, for a long time, have kind of been this thing that's, well, it's kind of common malware. We might call it a commodity malware, but there's significant implications behind it. Nowadays, it's like those other modular baking Trojans. If any malware lasts like for 10 plus years and it's still very popular and successful, it's a good one to look into and kind of ask, like, why is this still around? The modularity that Quackbot had is one of the things that's allowed it to stick around, and because it's become useful in other ways. Now it can do lateral movement, it can do propagation across, I guess, lateral movement, but it can do recon on your environment. And what's been the scary thing that we don't want to happen is that we've seen it deploy ransomware in some cases. It's kind of we believe it's something that's out for hire. You can hire this botnet. Again, many compromised devices. We've seen it do some more advanced, some of the techniques that it employs are a bit more advanced, doing email chain compromise, so injecting itself into to an email and saying, hey, Bob, you talked to me 3 months ago. I'm just following up, and here's the link I owe you. And then they're downloading malware and executing malware. And interestingly, they combine that tactic with sometimes their ploys aren't that convincing, like they're asking you to download a password encrypted zip file. And you kind of, it's a lot of things that we have red flags for in security awareness trainings. But their numbers speak for themselves. They go for they're one of the premium services, I guess, kind of like Emotet was back in the day. And ransomware operators are figuring that out. And you could do pay per install for like downloaders and stuff like that. But another route to go is just have a infection paid for the installation of your ransomware, and or at least other tools that result in the ransomware deployment. So in other words, its severity is increased as well. So a bit of history then to talk about what they've done over the last year/6 months. I'll just trust that it's going to come back online. In June or so of 2022, Microsoft, the Felina exploit came out with MSDT, and whenever they leave, it seems to get a little upset and then just wants them to come back. But I'll just talk through this. There was a CVE that affected the Microsoft's diagnostic tool. Thanks for trying to help out with that. And it was a remote code execution as well. And keep in mind that this summer, this was around when Microsoft was supposed to be disabling Microsoft VBAs by default, which all the security industry was super excited for, right? And then they rolled that decision back. And I understand that there's business reasons for doing that. But so it was interesting because that idea that Microsoft was going to disable VBA macros by default led security, or I should say adversary groups, to start looking at other ways to infect computers that weren't reliant on VBA macros. They tried this Felina exploit, which would allow them to launch and run their malware, not necessarily having to rely on Excel VBA macros and the like. I'll just try to unplug stuff back in real fast, see if that helps anything. And eventually, like we said, Microsoft rolled back this decision to disable macro VBAs by default, but they started exploring other things like legitimate, true MSI installers, and just literally installing their malware through MSI, which is almost ironic, but it worked. They had success. They're still doing it today, and that's how you know that it works. They were installing link files with extremely long commands that would execute everything, pull down and execute all the malware that they wanted to. They would have their malware embedded in ISOs and images. They've now done HTML smuggling, and they've evolved over the course of 6 months. And I don't know if I think they probably are well positioned to, because they have such a large scope in what they're able to pull off. Hey, okay, that just didn't like that slide. So that was in June. We kind of sent out some advisors about that within our intelligence groups. We thought that was pretty notable information. Hey, it's a new tactic people are using. This is something different we have to look for. All the while, Quackbot was, from our perspective, it's been more slow, low. They're one of these groups that, again, like we expect an operational cycle of development and operation and surges and stuff like that. But in September, a lot of people probably recall discovering this, but in September they started increasing their email volume to pretty much competing with what Emotet used to be able to accomplish. And in like less than 24 hours, with trying to collect all the samples that we had, there was thousands of URLs, there was thousands of email subjects, there was thousands of unique senders. We were kind of testing out the loader site, the loader resource that they were accessing, and we were discovering that they were generating new samples, not just with each URL, which, as you guys know, a lot of times they'll use that URL for campaign tracking, and there'll be information in that. They'll have a payload for that based off of that campaign, but it was computer generated. You go back to that same URL again, and it would be a new sample, and they're doing some clever things to modify, basically just add in all this complexity and all this diversity in their attacks. And they were changing, even at this time, adding new modifications to their email, to their lures. They were doing this email threat injection. A lot of organizations found that they were, compromised email accounts of vendors were being used to send this phishing email. There was actual email content, and it was just very painful, short period of time, where a lot of emails were coming in that, again, you can't rely on that list, because the reality is, well, I don't know, and some people may find out one day, but I don't know how many unique URLs they really had and how many domains and host names. Some of it was compromised. I know for sure some of it was stood up, but they were using domains that were old too, so this was a very mature operation. They aged their domains, which is something they do to evade the detection of new domains being created. Week prior to this hectic stuff, we had just a little bit of information that seemed unique enough that we wrote kind of an advisory to all of our groups, and we're saying, hey, we're not sure. We obviously had no idea the surge would come, but this is really interesting. It's new tactics, whatever. We decided to put together an advisory. We did include the traditional indicators of compromised cyber observables, which again, don't discount those just because they're not always the tool for every problem. But we also discussed the stuff that's kind of harder to take action on, just because that's what seemed important. We discussed the behaviors, the files they dropped. It was really interesting to us that at that time they were doing password protected archives and loading images and mounting stuff, and just this combination of things that just seemed a little weird. They were evading certain Microsoft controls for security. So we sent an advisory out, and this stuff that lasted, that worked, weren't those traditional indicators. So I have some examples, and I posted about this a little bit later, a few weeks after all this was coming out. So some of the examples, though, that we used for this threat hunting, it showed us how complex trying to tackle this was, and just again try to think about retroactively going in your environment looking for cases where you may have been compromised. There were hundreds of samples. Again, each computer, each visit that you had to that resource, it generated a new one. We couldn't really find any static strings that were common. There was a lot of filling. They filled the actual archive with a lot of other content, like Alice in Wonderland and Moby Dick, and these great text blocks, not full books, but just text blocks, strings. There wasn't any theme. We tried communicating in security awareness campaigns, themes that adversaries use, like, hey, they're going to go after your IRS stuff. It's this time of year. And there was really no IOAs, domains, file hash. There's nothing we can really stick to. We got these samples, and we're sort of trying to figure out how do we help others defend against it. We also found that it was complex by design. Not only was it just different samples generated, the samples actually used different methods to get the individual to click on the actual link. So you can see quick graph, all the different ways to trying to load DLLs, execute JavaScript. There's all these different methods that they're employing in a single event/campaign, what we would call a campaign in the industry. And there were so many samples, there wasn't really any one way to kind of skin a cat. And that made looking to defending this in the future a little challenging. We kind of looked at maybe we can block downloads for certain types of files and mounting. But again, this is getting a little bit more complicated. We're starting to talk about creating detections to detect when someone's mounting an image. You may be in an organization where that happens almost never. You may be in an organization where that happens every day in a certain department, but that's sort of more complex than just plugging into an IOC feed and pulling that into your environment looking at those. But when we start applying that retroactively, because of the intelligence that we've gotten today, that's when we're getting into this idea of hunting for threats in our environment. I mentioned their sample generation, have a brief image showing you a bunch of different samples. A lot of it, they had database files that they were storing stuff in. They had command prompts, like little just CMD files to be executed, stuff that raises a lot of red flags for us. But as you guys know, people will click on stuff, especially when there's an email conversation that they're in the middle of. And it was very, very successful. It seemed like that they were able to utilize this very well. There was also, so when we started to look at detection, how we can try to go around detecting it, that was difficult to communicate. That was something that we had to write paragraphs describing. We wrote signatures for some individuals at this event were helping me write signatures for platforms I wasn't familiar with. But we wanted to try to figure out what's the minimum amount of information, the minimum footwork we can require of people to be able to use what we're discovering in a way that helps protect them for the future. But a lot of things we're coming up with took a lot of effort on the part of the recipient. It wasn't, again, just upload this IOC list to your firewall. But there were some common things. We see this archive file was being used. It was inside the archive file was a small number of files, some of them images, some of them HTML files and links, depending on what day of that really week or kind of where we were at in the process, I guess. There was some file name patterns we were able to discover, but it's not like we could just send out, we have threat intelligence programs where you can upload a file name and say, hey, if this file name comes in your environment, you should look at it. But we didn't quite have those quite easily generated for us, so we had to kind of figure out how we were going to do that. We talked about the encrypted payload download. That's something that we can search for. That's something that maybe organizations, if they want to, can block. We talked about process creation. We wrote regex for it. And again, all this stuff's a little bit more complicated than those traditional observables. And so it was challenging. We were trying to describe complex observables in a way that humans can understand, but also in a way that's easy for humans to apply to machines. And those two things are a little bit different. Again, IP address, domain, email, we recognize those things. Humans can read those, machines can read those, but this was a little bit more complex than that. There was a really clever, and just one of the more interesting things I've seen that I don't often see with this type of stuff, so I thought it was really interesting. They were using a legitimate version of the Windows 7 calc.exe signed by Microsoft to execute, to sideload their DLLs. They would archive that, wrap that all up, have a malicious DLL in the application directory, which for that version, Windows 10 calc doesn't do this, but for that version of the Windows 7 calculator, it actually loads DLs from the current directory. You can kind of see this graph that Bitman made to kind of describe this, but it will actually load local DLLs first. So if you literally just name your file that DLL, it'll execute it. And that's how they were getting people to, Microsoft launched, Windows launched calculator.exe. If you have good security controls, some of this might be detected, but some of it might not. It's also very easy to see how people can be kind of fooled by this. If their Edge shortcut on their desktop is replaced by something that looks like Edge, and Microsoft allows you, Microsoft just trusts whatever, however you describe your file, then you can kind of see how people can kind of fall for this and how they can get it to execute. But they tried all these different things. They've used the mark of the web CVE exploit that came out in the late fall. So once Microsoft's like, okay, hey, security community, we're not giving you disable VBA by default, but we will give you a way to make it difficult for employees to execute files that have been downloaded from the web. And we're like, great. And then there was vulnerabilities in it, and adversaries were figuring out all these sort of ways to get around that. And now today they're still doing a lot of HTML smuggling. So they're evolving. There's high operational tempo. They're selling their services or sharing it. Presumably that's another interesting discussion. But anyways, they're working with a lot of other groups. So even just say, okay, well, we can't detect them. Maybe let's just try to figure out what they're trying to do. There's no common pattern there either. So it's kind of like everything in security. It's a whack-a-mole game. But it's definitely a game that we lose if we just rely on those traditional observables. And again, just kind of re-prefacing, there's a lot of good use cases for cyber observables. I know a lot of people that I interact with at these sort of events say IOCs are dead and stuff like that. My personal opinion, I think that they can add value and it's so cheap, so why not? But that's not the tool for solving these evasive threats that we're worried about actually getting past our security controls. The adversaries that buy the security products to test against them, those aren't the ones that are going to be necessarily caught with these traditional lists because they're going to move on from the hosts or the emails or whatever it is. So we started collecting, and those were Quackbot's one instance. Well, I'll get back to Quackbot in a moment here, but it's not hard to imagine. I'm sure a lot of people can think about other instances where they've dealt with threats that we were learning about in real time, and it's harder to communicate the intelligence that we're gathering about it. It's harder to take action on it. That's really what we want to do, is we want to take action on it. It's really cool. I really enjoy writing posts or putting up GitHub repos and just doing information for the sake of it, but really what we want to do is consume this in a way that results in a net gain for the defenders. So that's where I'm going to introduce this tool just as a possible thing to consider. I'm really interested to see how it evolves. Thank you very much for kind of helping out. I'm really interested to watch Sigma and see kind of where it goes. It's several years old now, presented originally at a conference similar to this, and what it allows us to do is write signatures on telemetry on a bunch of different things. But I mentioned before I was trying to write Microsoft detection tools with actually someone sitting in the room, and I didn't know Sentinel stuff. I knew another vendor, so I was writing that, he was writing that, and we were trying to figure out how do we make this easy for people to just copy and paste, bring to their environment, and that was kind of the challenge that we had. Okay, yeah, that'd be great, thank you. So, try out a different adapter. But for those, so you can't see it, but some of the examples I gave were, if you're familiar with Snort, you can write network traffic detection rules for network traffic. Oh, this is great. Thank you very much, Mike. I'll try this one out. Yeah, I have the cheapest sort of USB-C to HDMI dongle I could find, so maybe that is what's going on. Yeah, right? Or a Mac. Anyone got a Mac? Yeah, it works in the presenters lounge, so I'm hoping that I can. Really? Okay. Well, I liked that idea, and we'll see. We'll work with what we got. Sigma, it's a generic, it's open source, so it's not just, not just shilling for some sort of cybersecurity vendor. My hope is indeed that cybersecurity vendors will adopt this, or at least something like this, if this isn't the end all be all. But thanks for your help. Let's try that one out. All right, so I've mentioned Snort, if you're familiar with that, ways to write signatures to detect patterns on network traffic, yard rules for detecting patterns on files for analysis, malware, that sort of thing. What Sigma rules are just a way to write detections for logs. This could be those network logs, it could be, you can actually write Sigma rules for Yara, but the benefit is threat intel curators and content contributors, and they can write these Sigma rules that can then be consumed by a lot of different organizations who aren't necessarily using the same product that they're on. I might be using vendor A, but I can go and provide I can provide the detection of this type of rule set using the intelligence that we have today, and I can provide it to a company that's using vendor B, and hopefully 90% of the work's there done for them. It's a little bit harder. We're going to have to change how we're sharing some of this intelligence, but anything I can help with? I know it's Linux, so it might be. I don't know. This is going to be stuff that my team maybe it is. I know it's been happening all day, but I'm sure my coworkers will start to say something about Linux, or maybe if I was using Ubuntu, is that what would work? Anyways, just to try to keep it going. So hopefully I'll try to talk about some content before. Oh. Yes. All right. Anyways, so this was a slide that I had up earlier, and I'm really glad we can start to show it, because that communicates. There's a lot of complex information that's being communicated here, and there's a lot of different ways to take advantage of it. Like, are you going to look for a certain type of archive, all types of archives? So you're going to look for the links that are executed from the child of the archive. And again, this was a search that we worked on creating about a year ago, or I guess 6 months ago, and it was challenging to. We thought that it wasn't just good enough to share IPs. It wasn't just good enough to share host names. If we wanted to produce an advisory that might actually provide value to someone, and to do that, we needed to communicate something more complex. But this requires a lot of footwork in communication with some of the members who received that intelligence. We actually had to talk about this tool, and it was really interesting to learn. Thank you. And it was interesting to learn that there was a lot of challenges behind consuming that at this sort of level of intelligence. And we can take IPs and we can put those in our firewalls. It's a lot more work to do this sort of thing, especially small shops, you only have, an IT/security team. So Sigma helped us communicate. So glad that's shared. That's great. This is an example of a Sigma signature that, in theory, could be consumed by people with 20, 30, I don't know what they're on now, different vendors. And even if this tool itself in this open source project isn't what we end up with in 10 years, I really hope that there's going to be tools like this that we can leverage. But it's a common non-vendor specific way of communicating this detection logic. So it's the same thing, actually. It's the same search. It would produce the same search or a similar search as to what we shared in that advisory 6 months ago. But individuals can take this and consume it in whatever way they'd like. Maybe that does mean it's just proactive. I mean, maybe you want to take this to Carbon Black or to CrowdStrike or to Microsoft Defender, and you want to create some sort of rule to detect this in the future or disable it in the future or prevent it in the future. Again, that's actually a step that we took back in the day at an organization, and it was helpful. Of course, the adversary updates their tactics, so things change, but this was actually a way we were able to take the intelligence, share it in a way that people can read. It uses YAML. I don't know how well you can see that. YAML is great if you're not familiar with that. Seems like it's starting to adopt it, and it's great too because even our other DevSecOps teams or DevOps teams can know how to consume this. It's great format because it's consumable both by a human very easily and by machines very easily, and that's really what I'm going to get at. That's the important part. That was the example of Quackbot of using the archive to ISO to image sort of attack pattern. But going way back to Felina, back when I hadn't really even discovered that, and we wrote this big query, Windows and another vendor, and this is a similar rule, and you don't have to read the details. I'll figure out a way to, if you're interested in the slide deck, come and talk to me, or I'll post this on that site that I provided earlier as well, but in case you're wanting to look at the details. But this is a rule set that's written in the Sigma format, and on the right side, you're not intended to be able to read that. So don't worry about it if you can't. My intention is to show that I was able to produce mostly working queries, and I've consumed a lot of these signatures myself, and sometimes you're not an index main, you're an index, I don't know, 1 or index 2 or index foo or for index bar in case there's any developers out there. But you might have to modify it slightly, but the reality is you could take this and with very little footwork, you don't have to take a query from a vendor that you don't know and write it in KQL, or take it from KQL and write it in your tool or whatever it is. Which, as a side note, maybe KQL will help with some of this as well as we just start to get this common standard. But this wrote signatures for me. It's almost like ChatGPT, except for in signatures, and you feed it something much more specific. It wrote all these signatures, these searches for me for systems that I am not familiar with, and that if I was trying to produce intelligence for members, I would have not been able to produce those searches for. For those, it does use a local tool. There is a vendor I'm going to bring up. You don't have to use them or anything, but they have this free online unencoder tool, and I just have a bunch of slides here to show how simple. Again, this is the execution from temporally mounted ISO or image search that I had before, and I'm creating a Google Chronicle query, of which I would have to read a lot to be able to write query for. I'm writing it for QRadar. That was Elasticsearch. Carbon Black, CrowdStrike, you get the idea. I'm able to produce multiple as a threat intel contributor, and even if you're just sharing with another organization, or I was really excited today hearing about a managed security type of company who's using it within their organization, and they're able to share that and provide value to their customers, and that's kind of that's a great use case as well. But for us, producing threat intelligence, this is something that we can share as a format. Share as a YAML file, you can put it in the body of something, and as long as people start to get to know about this, and as long as the awareness is there on how to use this, which again, it's copy and paste, so that's great for me. That's the level of effort I want to put into something. We can start to get value out of it. So with that, I actually wanted to, I had this realization where I think that this is really where the natural evolution is anyway. This is to take this complex intelligence and apply it to historical data and apply it to adaptive and evolving threats. So quick, and this isn't going to be new. If you're new to cyber, then this is a really cool overview, I think. But back in the day, we had this strategy, this defense in depth, which certainly isn't dead, and it's a very good principle to live by now. But this common idea was that adversaries only had to be right once, and the defender had to be right all the time. And we could compensate for this by deploying multiple prevention tools and put them in line with each other. If one fails, the next comes into place. And you kind of did this over and over until you ran out of budget or until there was no more security vendors out there. And it's kind of like this, I always love the castle analogy. You have all these different defensive, it's age-old kind of theory, or I guess strategy for trying to talk about defenses. But castles had moats, they had gates, they had portcullis or whatever that is, and drawbridges. They had the keep, and they had all these layers that if one fell, they could kind of go back to the next. And that's kind of this idea behind defense in depth, and it's still needed today. But then this idea that adversaries had to be right only once was kind of flipped around a little bit. In 2010, Lockheed Martin came out with this kill chain, and they demonstrated how perhaps the opposite is really true, where adversaries only have to be right once in terms of blocking and breaking this chain of activities that an adversary needed to perform, and the adversary needed to be right all these other times. And eventually, we wanted to look at, okay, this would become a strategy document. And I'm going to talk about MITRE and the diamond model. And when I was getting into the industry, I thought that these were just a lot of the same ideas or different approaches to the same thing, but they're really not, and they're not different ways. They actually can be used in conjunction, and there's this natural evolution that we start to see, I think. So we had this strategy. We're like, okay, let's disrupt the kill chain. But how do we actually apply that? We still relied on defense in depth, and that's when, whoops, I went backwards. Going forwards in time, we wanted to operationalize the strategy, and that's when, a little bit after, several years later, MITRE came out with a tactical framework. Excuse me. MITRE came out with the attack framework, and this allowed us to communicate between each other. It kind of gave us some common terminology. If you were in the government space, you had trouble communicating with private. There was different ways of describing things, and it gave us this common grounds to communicate on and to describe. It became both an operational construct where we were able to really put into action this kill chain concept, and it also became a knowledge base for storing some of those. If you go there now, you can see a lot of the big adversaries and their tactics and techniques that they use. And that's helpful too, but this operational construct is really what I think is interesting and really helpful, and it's trying to most comprehensively cover all the different tactics and techniques. And this was in 2013, and I've been excited to see over the last several years vendors start to implement that more into their products and show you, hey, here's the MITRE attack coverage we have, or maybe even here's an event, here's what attack technique maps to. That's awesome. It took many years and community involvement. It's open source, you can contribute to it, as well as vendor engagement and vendor integration that really made it possible to add value. And then one of my favorite, this diamond model of intrusion analysis, this not necessarily being the defensive strategies we were just talking about. It's around the same time, actually, and for a different problem. Focusing on threat intelligence sharing, there is this way of, again, communicating at this core atomic level, like what is the minimum element that we're dealing with here, that we can communicate information about adversaries, how can we get on the same page. And nowadays there's, Threat Connects, the organization who, Andy Pendergast, who went to that organization. Now there's serious ways to operationalize it at a machine-to-machine level and use this model to share, pull information, contribute to, and it's a great resource for threat intelligence groups and curators. And that is a way that we operationalize this in adversary intelligence. But now we're trying to focus on what we know we need to focus on, which is that peak of the TTP pyramid of pain, or I should say the pyramid of pain. And we have all of these attacks being blocked by our security controls. We have some attacks being detected and blocked by the traditional IOC feeds that we have, and maybe you disagree on where the blue and green should go. I think that's sure that could be debated, but I think the reality is there's certainly on top there's this smaller grouping of threats that are bypassing both, and that's what we're trying to talk about. That's what we should care about when we're doing threat hunting, right? Because it doesn't make sense to detect threats with threat hunting that our other security controls already blocked. So we're obviously talking about these evasive threats that we're worried are going to get past that. And so threat hunting becomes this proactive way where we can retroactively look at our historical data to try to identify this, and combining it with our modern CTI processes, it can really, it's actually built in a way that complements both. From the MITRE attack side, there's tags. Part of the design was to allow for that metadata commenting for the tags that are the techniques, I should say, that are really that this event's describing, because it's not the same. And if those of you who have these tools who show you here's a MITRE attack event, that's not always actionable. That's not always bad. Sometimes those are events, and that's helpful context. But this is a way that we can communicate that and have this in a package that people can consume. It connects with MITRE attack. Okay, that's great. And I was talking with Andy Pendergast about the integration with the current Threat Connect model and the Diamond model that they're operationalizing, and other vendors certainly have other ways of accomplishing this too. But now the model's evolved a lot, and there's this concept. Part of the data model is these signatures, which again, the same examples I gave for Sigma, Snort, Yara, and now Sigma, they can integrate very well with, and we can add these signatures and associate them to the adversaries, to the campaigns, or even to the cyber observables themselves, and describe the cyber observables in a more complex way by saying this is the signature that matches the activity that this cyber observable was found in. And so kind of what do we do with all this information? Kind of where do we go with this? I get excited about threat intelligence because I think that it seems to me like it was one of those things that you kind of had to be like a threat researcher at a multi-million-dollar research company to be able to contribute to. But I've actually found that there's a lot of value in the community data. I mean, I found actionable intelligence on Twitter. I found actionable intelligence on Reddit, and it's just people sharing the stuff that they think is interesting, that they think that other people might want to know about it because, hey, it bypassed our security controls, or it's different than what we've seen. So when you're walking away, there's a few ways to take this and take action on it. Within your own organization, maybe look for those groups that are trying to share this intelligence with each other. Maybe see if Sigma is the right tool for you and your organization, see if it connects with your shops, or if not, and you're really interested in it, maybe contribute to adding those modules. It's modular in the sense that you can build new outputs for it. So if your product's not supported, it can be, and they're very quickly adapting and evolving that. Or also, if you're not an organization, I know there's a lot of individuals in here who are going through their academic part of their career path. Look at maybe generating this type of intelligence based off of the other intelligence that's out there. Maybe consume some reports, and a report's great, but we can't read hundreds of reports and take action on all of them every day, those of us that are trying to defend organizations. But maybe we can do hundreds of Sigma rules a day. Maybe that's something that's actually actionable. The GitHub project that Sigma is a part of has rule sets. Those are great. You can contribute to those as well. So there's all these ways to get involved and to get connected with that community. And then for those who are practicing and who are looking at the threat hunting application of this, there's a lot. This is threat hunting is really awesome. Like I said, it can be something that has a low rate of return, so it's just something to be careful about and something to know about. And I think combining threat hunting with threat intelligence will allow you to focus the hypotheses that you actually pursue. Focus those on things that are more likely to derive value, to indicate, to surface an attack that took place in your organization, and it may be more efficient than the statistical, curiosity-driven threat hunting that we see at other big security research companies. We still need that, and if you're at a team of 50 threat hunters, spending hours or hundreds of hours or several hundreds of hours, and to find a new way of detecting a threat and being able to provide that for hundreds of thousands of customers is awesome, and the industry needs that. But if you're also at an organization where you see an interesting threat, or you hear about an interesting threat, and you think, hey, do we defend against that? We found out about it 2 weeks after it happened. Do we defend against it? This is a way of retroactively going back into that. So I'm excited to see where Sigma goes. I'm hoping it kind of kicks off. I'll be contributing to it, and I'll be consuming it too. So, and I just want to also say, that's kind of the end, but I just want to say a lot of people in this room, if you're have contributed to these ideas and discovered these things with me. So I wanted to thank everyone who's taught me, a lot of the mentors that I get to see, and a lot of the co-collaborators that I have. So just want to thank you guys for your time. I hope it was interesting, and thank you very much. And then I think I'll be out in the hall, but as I understand it, we're out of time for questions, so I'll be out in the hall if you're interested in talking about it more.